Hello.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another live stream. It's your host Fortnite Bro here. Well, we're just gonna play Fortnite. I didn't know what to stream, so might as well Fortnite.
Boy.
Jasmine Cat, welcome back to the stream. I haven't seen you in a while. Anyone want to watch the NCS or the FNCS qualifiers round 2? I feel like watching it. Checking if I was in game chat or not game chat. In my party chat. I am. Let's watch the qualifiers.
I've been at school.
Oh, you've been at school? Ah. I mean, you missed yesterday's stream. Huh, it seemed like I didn't subscribe to you, Jasmine. Or Jamesy, sorry. I keep pronouncing your name Jasmine.
Surge. The maps are looking okay on Benji, but obviously Savage is going to have the majority of the materials because he's the main typer. As Malibuka, I did mention that we're going to be fine on Surge, but I guess the strategy, I mean, the launch pads are gone, and the 50 below Surge, Shayo, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough, yeah, absolutely, but they have those Spider-Man web shooters that get all the way ahead, and now this is prime position to start landing shots, but unfortunately their back wall gets a little bit beamed. They see a few swingers on the left side, but can't actually land the shots. It's too difficult. The pendulum swings way too fast, and now Malibuka is trying to go for that big bully from the high ground. Yes, he gets a little bit of shots in, just two below. They need a little bit more.
Yeah, and you know, this is a bad zone for them as well, right? Because no one wants to be on that low gun in the water. No one's going to be there. I think all of these pros, they have the experience to know you do not want to be on low gun in the water zone because you're just going to be stuck swimming. It's an awkward spot to build as they are now 12 above Surge, 32 people left alive, Shayo.
Maximum focus, so they swing straight through the air, land on Bill's way boxed in while they're getting hit by Stirs. That was absolutely amazing, but now it's down to Clement trying to clutch his team's dreams right now. He's going to be inside Genesis' box. He goes for the quick swipe in and goes for the shotgun shot, but it's blocked by a wall. Clement's trying to do whatever he can to stay inside this game. 150 mats. He needs a refresh soon. He needs to just try to get that skin routine going right now, but it's not going to be there. It's not going to be possible. Close box to box. He has to reset the entire momentum swing. A brand new layer. It's all wood builds. It's almost over. Yes, he gets bullied by the man he did pump all the way down to 1 HP. Janice claps back.
And there are two people that we don't really see in the game on high ground. T-Chips and Artskill on top of them. T-Chips, you know, a very good French player. Artskill, very, very aggressive player. You know, he does well with a lot of different people. Janus jumps into the box and he takes out one more. That's his third elimination of the game. He gets himself Siphon, builds up a zone, and push 4 yet again.
Who is going to stop Janus? Because this man has no teammate right now, and he's absolutely tearing through every single box and build. 101 HP effectively. Krusty in front of his wall. They both trade, healing up a few shields. It's about to get crazy once more. He's not even anywhere near the high ground either, so it's going to be chaos near the low.
And Stompy without his boy Arco on the high ground, now with his new duo, Yoju. But Janus gets another one. That's his fourth one of the end game, style.
He's still going all the way, hamming through. This is just an absolutely impossible situation for Janus, but he's finding answers. 3 more options, up, middle, or lower. Where will he go? He looks towards the sky, has a few builds to break, but only 100 mats to his name. High ground, held by 1 floor. Will he interrupt it just shortly? No, he doesn't really go for it just yet. He's hiding. It's a perfect position, but he gets rattled a little bit now. No builds. He has to go for just a shot. The final 50 pot as Kinzel goes down. Benji is still popping in the feed. It's Artskill all the way up top in the sky.
Did they just say Benji?
Finds Kane on the ground. Janus is looking for his next shot, but he can't find anything free. The cost is too high. He jumps inside the storm. He's still alive. Big shot. This time it's on the Savage. Benji claps back. You can't break the duel's mental on the low.
Benji and Savage on the logo takes out another one. 1v2 situation now as Benji goes up, plays super.
Hey, I've heard of Benji Fishy.
He only has 55 HP.
I kind of heard about him.
Benji and Savage, a 10 elimination win there.
I don't know from where, but I remember hearing someone
winning the first game of the final, Shayo. How do they do it?
How can someone possibly speak like that?
It's amazing.
I have no clue.
The clutch from Janus, the crazy one-man show from Joe as well. It's just insane. And then Savage and Benji on low. It's just nuts. I mean, 2 teams or 2 players are fighting with maximum shield. They have nothing in terms of protection. They're just landing shots. They're all the way.
So we can at least hear.
But they get the victory royale.
Man,
Round
we just
3.
love to see these things.
Benji Fishy, yeah.
Benji back at it again in perfect form. We love that.
Absolutely. I want to see exactly what Zeke Levin and Reese have to say about that one. Boys on the desk, what's up?
Yes, Shayo wager. That's what I like to see. Levin, your boys are on top. The 10 Elim victory royale to begin the day. Qualifier number 2. They didn't make it here, qualifier 1, and they said, listen, we were just waiting. We were biding our time. We just wanted to put on a show. We wanted to make an entrance, Levin, and sure enough, they do that.
I'd love to be in the FNCS qualifiers.
They have all the chemistry in the world, right? In terms of just the understanding between them, the firepower in endgame.
My friends don't want to.
It's a match made in heaven, and I can't wait to see how they do over the next couple games, because after that, what a way to start.
Yeah, my full analysis of this team has always been, man, if they'd scrimmed, imagine the efficiency that it could have. But these guys have been playing together for so long. Their chemistry is just so good. They stick together so well. They shadow each other. One player looks one way. The other player's already looking at that exact same way. Like Savage leads Benji so well, and Benji just follows that lead. And look, when they have the aim, when they have the mechanics, they pop off in endgame, exactly like we've just seen Victory Royale game number 1, 10 eliminations.
So good. And a lot of these duos, we're doing things in this game, and it's just his first game. They really should not have been able to do, right? You've got like Seti and Chapix who went down way early, right? And then still make it into the end game. But here we go, that run from Benji and Savage. My goodness.
Yeah, I'd never be good at this
ship.
ship.
The statement you want to have in game number 1, right? Like, this is...
You have to like edit so fast that you have to catch up with the zone.
Momentum, right? This is giving them that momentum to get the ball rolling, to ensure
you have to have that momentum just to do it.
Number 1 victory royale, yeah, Fortnite. We are about to get down 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town, my friend just got.
If they think they can do this good, but no.
Now we're heading to the park street. Look at the map, go to the mark sheet.
The natural talent these guys have is unmatched, right? They've been doing it for so long. World Cup days we're talking now, right? So, I mean, they are just phenomenal. I was going to say they're in scintillating form, but, you know, that would be an understatement. You know, it's an understatement for them, though. They are so good right now. They are on point.
Absolutely, no doubt. Like, that was an incredible pop-off game 1. That's exactly what we need to see. A ton of other pop-offs that we saw there. There was a solo clutch from Janus as well. He absolutely fragged out by himself, right? We saw, obviously, Vortex ended up going down.
We have 2 minutes till another next game.
At this point. This is almost at the start moving zone. So many players have left alive at this point, and he managed to kick things.
He has 14 points. He has a crown. Nope, 17,
by himself.
18.
That's so many points. Purely
or that 12, no, that's
22 right here alone.
It's because of low quality for some reason.
The season with these solo clutches that typically you want to stay on higher layers as a solo. If you got low ground as a solo,
26,
finished, and Janus doing a great
31
job there as well. He managed to stay on high elevations when he was low materials and is able to pick people off one by one. He's such a phenomenal solo player as well. So even if it comes down to solo duo, he's going to be just a-okay.
I mean, he is the solo invitational champion for a reason, going all the way back to season 2.
That's a throwback.
That's right. Far back. Let's take a look at the standings really quickly before we get ready to jump into game number 2. We got to take a peek and just see how things settled after the first game. No surprise, 10 eliminations, but look across the way, right? Right below Jokes and Sky as well. 10 elims.
Yeah, look.
Wow.
You're telling them, make sure you don't go anywhere near Sasha.
10 and 10.
They listen and they've had
but the points.
Really interesting to see
Benji has 30. Benji and the other guy has 32 points, but the Joke and the other dude have 24 points, but 10 elims.
Kinzel Deceptos, who we saw contesting Benji and Savage. Also
Benji and the others are going to win. I doubt.
Both have come to a mutual agreement.
Anyone have any bets?
Hey, you sub to me.
Yeah, I just noticed I'd never subscribed to you. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Now I have.
To get a top 8 on the leaderboards after losing your
now you have a famous streamer
now that is
subscribing to you.
On a shambles game.
And that was worst case scenario for them in terms of shambles, right? A game starting like that was awful for them. So if they did that well, even in a game that was bad,
well, they had 2 launch pads, so it couldn't, it's not the worst.
Okay, where's the next place gonna? Anyone have any bets who's gonna win this FNCS qualifier 2 or round 2?
Right, in terms of once you move away from off spawn, being able to get the resources required to have a good end game, and sure, right, launch pads will help in terms of nullifying that, but you know, to have that kind of game is still.
What area are they gonna drop at?
Not a surprise.
Anyone have any bets?
These are 2 of the best players in the region, no doubt, in the world actually, no doubt.
Yeah, I love it. I love it indeed. There we go. Timer is all said and done, which means we've got to go back with Boop and Shaw waiting for game number 2 of qualifier number 2.
Anyone know what they're landing at?
It's all about the 2s right now, and in game 2, it's all about fixing those mistakes, right, Boop? It's all about seeing what happened in game 1. You just clashed with a brand new team. You might not be used to contesting.
Oh shit, everyone. Oh, I thought this was like
Hold on a second, Sha. I just want to call out real quick.
Hey,
How
who do you
dare
think is gonna
say
win
that
this qualifier?
I would not want Benji and Savage not to do well because of practice. How dare you? That is a violation. I'll be honest though, you know, not everybody is Benji, Fishy, and Savage. Not everyone has played since World Cup. You know, they're not gonna have that sort of, you know, chemistry.
What if they're gonna have another World
you still
Cup
need your practice,
for
kids.
2022?
Please don't kill my server.
We'll see exactly how things roll in practice or no practice. Clement and Floki have had enough of experience, at least, at Chompers, just playing
He's gonna die.
This round 3 of qualifiers. And over again, it seems as though they get right there at the precipice of greatness, of just that qual line, but then fall a little bit short. See what happens now. They're leading the lobby too. This is gonna be tough.
Yeah, these early game fights at Chompers, they are tough. They're very low material count fights. They're basically 50-50. I see a lot of teams land south and north side.
Oh, I thought he was dead.
This time, Lechi not wanting to split it.
I thought he did. I didn't see.
Here as
I wasn't paying
out.
attention.
But Link there is very nearby. Needs to be careful because, Floki needs to be careful here because Link is creeping up.
It's always this situation at Chomp. You feel like he does a good job overall. You've won a big fight, and then an entire
for some reason I thought that was a fucking normal AR.
Finding a little bit of more luck inside these chests.
Oh, come on, you have
the weapons they
150 health. You can beat him. I beat him in 50 health.
Anything and everything you can on this defense, but they have limited materials as well. This entire game just started. You can see it on this player as well. 97 not gonna have too much to use.
Oh, they popped the tire.
One of the whiplashes that's buffed up with those tires, but
they popped another tire. They popped 2 tires.
Still trying to drive past these trees. Link doesn't have a tire. I think these guys are better off running.
Get new tires.
You get when you give kids a car, you do not want them to be behind the wheel of a very, very fast car. There. And interesting for them to disengage in this position.
My mom never wanted me to drive a fast car.
If I'm looking at the map,
but in the future, I'm getting a Dodge Charger that I'm customizing to make it super fast.
Towards that spot. So not really sure why.
Ouch, RIP the tires.
But I guess they do
I know, right?
want to sort of risk the game here this early on, trying to go down. You know, they have.
I felt bad for them tires.
Like I said,
what did the tires ever do to them? Were they 2 tires?
Completely fine, so.
Definitely want that damage as well.
Get
Sometimes you find an easy third-party opportunity.
Get it, tires.
And an easy third-party opportunity is just double the easy because third-party
that they were tired.
Want to do inside these modes. Nova though.
There. BM, I bet you BM. They're gonna do a BM.
That well, though. Hardfine has to force himself to a door.
BM.
Looks like
oh,
all the
nope.
units are struggling right now. Those extra 2 seconds
where's Benji?
might have made a difference inside that shot. But Hydro's gonna be there anyways to kind of defend and get the trade now.
Anyone know where Benji is
Rolling in. The Siphon match are there from Belusi and Hydro, but the damage, it's kind of taken its toll. The shield's not there for this fight. They have to back off. They have to heal.
That was a little bit too close there with that SMG tracking there for Hardfine. I mean, those guys, they struggled for Surge last game. This time, I guess they tried to go a little bit more aggressive, but it did not work out for them. And Belusi takes them out very swiftly. But Boofink here and Bevies, they are very, very close by. And this is the issue with fighting on spawn. You do not want to have a prolonged fight. And you see, bottom right, the timer.
I'm not a huge fan of the
right? So it gives other teams more than enough time to lose
Ranger assault rifle. I'm more of an MK7 type of person.
As Bevies, with this Ranger assault rifle on the high ground, it's not going to do too much damage. He does have that stinger in his inventory, but they're hiding. They don't want to show themselves yet, and I think that's a smart move because you got to be a little bit scared of your bevies here because you don't want to be creeping in towards enemy builds and then just run into the face of a shotgun or something like that.
I'm barely learning. I'm learning everything that I don't know.
It's like 3 inside the inventory. Stinger SMG to pack a punch as well if he gets
pack a punch.
But he is looking to deal a little more damage before
Call of Duty?
He gets rolling in. I like the fact that he's using his ammunition to kind of give himself a medium range engagement instead of being really close to the wall with the pickaxe. He has so many magazines to go through in doing this. Meanwhile, Malibuca Mustache, they're going to have a little bit of a rough time on their own. Some friction off of Spawn at Camp Cuddle. Lots of different teams around them, but they seem to be handling it pretty well.
Imagine Booga was in this.
I think this is fine for them.
I just imagine.
It is fine.
If Booga was in
taken out there, and I think his teammate Smecky was taken out very early on. And this is fine for Malibuca, especially if we consider the zone here. It looks like zone does far bottom right. You know, those are one of the worst zones for Malibuca and Mercers. We've seen them struggle with these far eastern zones a lot of the time. So I think they're happy to have the surge from this position, so they can just.
Why am I earning small ammo?
Put themselves in a good spot going into this mid game.
That's all about the damage. Bevies takes a big shot himself, down to 150 HP.
Get out of my inventory!
I like the fact that he's staying up high a little bit, denying a lot of angles. And as a result, also clearing the fact that there's no other third parties around him.
Why does this person have so many?
Really focus on this low ground fight. They have a huge pinch.
He has
Fink here on the left side as well. And they are actually finally dealing damage.
Ranger assault rifle.
Shield.
Yeah, and you do really want to be careful in these early game fights. And you see, they're taking that strategy, basically just spraying from far away, evaluating the situation, and then kind of seeing what comes to fruition. Because you don't want to just start smacking walls all of a sudden. You don't know if these guys have very low material counts. They're going to instantly edit out onto your face and then try to pump you or run with an SMG. You know, you got to be a little bit careful here.
Have you heard of the Lauro
As he gets traded, but there we go. There comes the third party yet again. And what I said, you got to be so careful. You got to evaluate the situation and not even in front of you, but also behind you, because people are going to be hearing those shots.
I've heard of the Lord.
I have heard of
as
well, and Billfinky unfortunately
that one nun in Mexico. I can't remember the name.
Lolora tries to sneak back in, and it was Link in default, and Hydra also now disengaging, and you know, their inventory is not looking too hot.
So yes, I've heard of it.
Not at all. And even though this is kind of drastic on the side of Fink as just being a solo player,
I knew they were gonna die.
It's not the worst and not the absolutely disastrous situation that Hydro's in, because they've got no build whatsoever. Now, though, two players coming in.
Who still wears that skin? That skin's dumb.
Fink's in a little bit of trouble.
And this is exactly why Link and default, they disengage very early on in chonkers, right?
Yeah, no.
This is the exact same reason. You saw this team had that fight over there at the Butterbond split.
I know what you're talking about. I've heard of this. I've heard of it.
Default now. They realize that is such an option near chonkers. There's so many teams around there. There's a lot of those rifts as well nearby that you can just get landed on by, so you got to be careful. As we move on to a replay here by Crow. Back yet again at the boat spawn, and I guess these guys are just committing to landing boat, which is surprisingly enough, as we have Kiko, and I mentioned them being uncommon.
Oh yeah, in the qualifiers,
and his duo there,
if you ever do it,
and Mosh very early on,
you don't,
unfortunately not a good game to
in the Spidey web, you only get 10 uses.
All these kind of,
you don't get 80 like you normally do in normal battle royale.
Like in between the early mid game, it's a lot more organized madness. It's a lot of just two players coming in a little bit later, ending fights in an instant. There's no more dragged out fights that Boot was talking about all the way from the early game. Now it's just people picking up the scraps from around the map. And now we're kind of transition to that point where we'll see a lot more bases.
Mr. Savage
farming finally as people get out of their spots as well. Janice, Savage, all on your screen right now.
Yeah, and looking at bottom left here, bottom right here for Savage and Benji, this zone is pretty good for them in terms of surge tags. There's a lot of mountains on this north side. There's a big body of water that can hold out on players. But, they got to get out of tilted soon enough, because they're going to miss a lot of opportunities. And teams realize how hard this zone is to play. This southern zone near Rocky View, there's so many mountains. You do not want to be late here.
I just want to know. It's just a question.
Left to
not
trying to
not trying to get rid of your gender or anything, but I just need to know if you're a girl or a boy. I don't know.
To justify this sort of
I don't remember if you were or not. I don't remember.
Teams are now outside of this mountain near tilted, and they're kind of stuck down here, Shayo.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, close and personal. It's kind of funny too, because you're trying to get out and then you're tossed into these wacky situations.
Oh, don't be hiding in
general is kind of wacky as well. You'd assume some people
I just wanted to know.
But you just saw that stat on screen.
I have memory loss and I don't remember things at all.
People don't have weapons.
I'm old.
That disrespectful swing.
Yeah, you don't really want to run a sniper. There's so much you can carry in your inventory this season. You have your peppers, you have those shield case that Benji's carrying. Interesting enough, he has 2 of them in his inventory. You don't really see that too often, but those are great. Shayo, did you know you can throw a shield keg on a car and it works?
Really?
I don't know if they patched it, but I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, sometimes these cool things get patched very quickly, but it used to be a thing, so maybe it's still possible to do it, but I don't think you're going to be risky in the finals here, because you don't want to be testing out that thing in the final situation. You
just
do what you know, and
I'm learning new things every day.
It's aggression as they try to jump near this team of Anas and Pink, and Anas and Pink, they are the opposite of aggression, I have to say. These guys have some of the lowest average eliminations in any sort of lobby, in any sort of final, and Janice and Vortex, they don't know it's them, so they disengage. If they did know it was them, maybe they would want to, get a piece of them, but I don't know, Shayo.
Yeah, they're kind of like the hot knife, and then you see Pink is kind of like the butter, right? But both teams are in a dark kitchen, so they're not going to be able to know exactly who is who. And luckily, no one gets sliced in half. Vortex and Janice end up prioritizing position, which is very smart. And sometimes we see that. We saw it a lot in the history of FNCS. These aggressive teams get a little bit too into that mindset and end up kind of spiraling their tunnel visioning on that aggression. It's really cool to see Janice and Vortex not only play so well, but know when to turn on the aggression and then turn it off and go for position.
Yeah, and that's sort of a thing that comes back to mentality, right? These guys, you know, you have something practiced. Let's say you get a coach, and your coach tells you need to box up in this spot, you need to go over here to get Storm Surge tags. But when you're in the moment, you are in fight or flight response mode, and basically all that happens gets thrown out the window. You know, there's that. I don't know exactly what the saying is, something about being punched in the face and you don't know what's happening, but you know that's exactly that sort of feeling. You know, you're gonna be going for the aggression. That's what you know. That's what you know. That's what you've done before. And I guess Vortex and Janus, they're trying to do that yet again, but you know, they do have a little bit of restraint, as we see Joe and Benno. They already have 2 eliminations, interesting enough, Shayo.
Yeah, they're going in. The word for that for me is frazzled. When you get frazzled, you get a little bit
7 points.
You know
That's it.
and
2 eliminations. Oh my god.
A dictionary here on the second one.
Get a lesson from 11, right? This man has like 3 dictionaries rolled up. Yeah, young Shakespeare with the 5-syllable words, but. We'll see how it goes. Although, hold on. So this is a little trick as well. That's what it is. You got to wait a few seconds for the threshold up. They always have a knee-jerk reaction to seeing a team below Surge. But Benji and Savage, this one is solidified. 22 below.
Yeah, and that's what I said, right? They took way too long to get out of Tilted Towers. Another 22 below Surge, right? Everyone that they wanted to get
Benji, why don't you have any kills?
Past them, and you know, there's a few teams still behind them. They're waiting right outside of zone because they know that they can get most of the tags outside of zone. But, you know, they're gonna be in a tough spot, and I feel like, you know, I hate to bring up practice, but this is where experience comes back into is that these sort of situations. Or maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm just trying to push my agenda just a little bit too much.
Now we'll see how it goes. 22 above now. It seems like when it's Benji and Savage, the world just aligns for them in certain moments. And right now, it kind of has to. You see that beam from the sky. That's not a visual error at all. When you're watching things on broadcast right now, we have this thing whenever we're inside this big overarching drone shot. You can see exactly who's in first place. You can even see at the bottom left right now, this new addition to this season, the team and the number beside them is actually their live leaderboard spot in-game for the moment. So after that first one, it's Benji and Savage. That's team number 1. In first place, we go to the other side of the board. That's a magnet all the way down to the South Pole. In 31st, it's Andalex X-Squeeze.
Yep, 8 below here. And this was actually a decent zone for Andalex and X-Squeeze, surprisingly enough, but you know, they are going to get pushed here, so that's a
I think Benji and the other person are going to win.
You know, you always love it when you're below Surge and the team pushes you because
anyone
you know, you're on the
think
back
that,
foot, but they have
anyone
to
think that Benji
you, so
and
you know you're going to get guaranteed tags.
Benji and Mr. Savage going to win?
Managed to get it, and you did see that he utilized that shield keg, you know, to trade Surge, because you're going to get a lot of Surge shield back from that shield keg, so you're able to trade a lot of Surge, take 50-50s, and that's a free shield and Surge spot there coming down there.
Absolutely. It's all about that balance. You might be even asking back home, kind of looks different from the game. Everyone plays themselves. Why aren't people pushing boxes all the time, 24/7, just going for the fights? You don't want to risk getting damaged yourself. Savage and Benji go for a quick drop down right there, but don't find that much success. They're going to stop a little bit because they need to make sure they temper their resources for the rest of the game. They also have a long ways to go.
Get out of my way
in front of them, and this is a very good personification for what it looks like for everyone. The house is burning. Everyone's about to basically catch on fire. They need to move very soon. This is not a comfortable place to be in at all. Benji is in a world of hurt.
The roof is on fire. I mean, and unfortunately, you know, it does go back out. You know, I thought we were going to see some spicy things there. You know, it is sort of, you know, it's a little bit scary sometimes when they have fire all around your base because it makes your edits also a little bit weird. Sometimes you can't edit that wall, so you got to be a little bit careful. But if you take a look at the zone here, bottom around the map, you see zone pulls far yet again. So
maybe once this is over, we'll go and play some solos.
Savage and Tilted, not a bad zone for them, but they're going to be one of the last teams to rotate too, and they don't have a car. They don't have any sort of rotates, and they have a team right next to them that'll be holding them out for Surge as well, as Jeff is having a little dive in zone here. Not sure what they're doing here, Shayo.
Might be a class down onto Andalex on Squeeze. They might be down on Surge and looking for a few angles. They seem kind of desperate. Seems like another, you know, hunting its prey situation, but Andalex has basically an invisible radar on. He knows exactly what people are thinking. That's just the way he kind of plays the game. The fundamentals always just so strong in knowing what's around him, the awareness. So they find a quick pickup. They're going to keep moving.
Thank you, Bruno.
Yep, but you know, again, the zone is tough for them. I mentioned this, the mountains, the hills. There's going to be so many teams on this edge, and Andalex is their forced to launch pad, but everyone's eyes is on them because I think that shield crack came out here. Andalex is going to get sprayed out by everyone.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Being a very good teammate here, trying to pick him back up, but honestly, I don't think this is a move. I think you need to run away with the Spider-Man because people are going to be jumping in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The Stinger SMGs coming in, they're jumping, they're going through, and X-Grease misses the low launch as well. He's panicking just a little bit, gets punked yet again, and his Spider-Man is going to reset. He's able to get past this side now, away from line of sight, but again, this team is being a bit of a nuisance here, Shayo.
I know how this person feels. Delay a little bit of time, but they got web shooters of their own. Everyone here can beat Peter Parker today. This is going to be absolutely
Peter Parker.
Unfortunate. A big shot landed down, but it's not going to be enough when you have shotguns and SMGs and everything spraying at you. They leave a launch pad behind for many teams on that south side. Up towards the north, though, Savage and Benji still at a stalemate. They're not all the way in, about 10 more meters away.
I know how that one person with the Spider-Man web
looking at a Mirage as they go for this oasis inside the desert. Savage and Benji are just in trouble and barely even in.
Yep. I mean, this is a tough spot to be in. I mean, if you're always on the back foot, you're never going to find opportunities to get Surge either, right? You're going to have this tough spot, and I mean, never mind. They're just going to find a player, just give it into that box, and maybe that's a bit of that luck you mentioned before, Shayo. All of a sudden, there's just a player in Benji's box, a quick little pump to the face, and that's a quick elimination there for Benji.
Yeah, I hope Benji wins. Benji and Mr. Savage
I have a friend named Simone, and her mom calls her Moni.
For Benji and Savage. And I kind of also want to see what some of the other teams' positions are looking like right now as well. I mean, if you look at it, there's just a crescent moon of duos waiting around. Irazumi on the right side, Rayad there too. Let's look at second place and how their journey was going as well. They're on the same side as Benji and Savage. They left slightly later. This is that burned down house, and they get eliminated. So you're talking about what Benji and Savage need to do, Booth. They have so much more space now. The second place team behind them down. You can see the light, the beam shining on them from above. It's just showing them that, hey, you've got the spotlight. You're in first. How far can you go this game?
Yeah, and consistency is the name of the game. I mean, any sort of duo, they can just come back with a very high elimination game, right? We saw Floki do this last week, you know, a 13 elimination game, I believe, put him back into the top 8 position just off of one game. So even if you are below that top 20, top 30 place, just one good game here could put you back up. So you definitely don't want to be throwing the chances where you have very good situations here. And Benji Savage, they do get saved just a little bit here, Shayo.
Yes, they do. But on their left side, looking at them right now, Joe Vino, Irazumi and Leader as well. Two different duels that act as interrupters for a majority of teams in the season as they try to move. They try to pick you apart when you're on the move. So Savage and Benji have to be very careful. They don't have the web shooters. They don't have any aerial movement. But Savage's got the slides. He's got the moves. That was nice.
Savage got that move, my boy.
And now Benji takes the lead. Look at the dynamic switching you have in between.
You could have drank the mini first.
Picks up the building portion of the duo.
And I love that. I love seeing these new mechanics coming out of these players, you know. Always a ton of creativity coming out of there. And that slide is just going to give you that extra inch to box up and be safe.
Mr. Savage should have drank the mini first to get to 50.
At you. But look at that. Somehow they know that it's Malibu and Mustache.
And then drink the big pop.
These were their rivals back in the last season as Steamy Stacks. And somehow they sniffed them out. Maybe giving a little bit of revenge back on them. But, you know, they get a little bit back as well as Malibu and Mustache get a big trade. But Texia in the meantime and Castry, double controller duo, 145 below Surge, and I'm not surprised. Maybe they should have gone to those gyro controls because this is not enough Surge tags.
Yeah, they might want to get.
I'm not a huge fan of the gyro controls.
Factor in. We're looking at them right beside another box, but it's gonna be a brick build. PKR knows exactly
Spray!
what's going on. Back all the way up. They have so much room. Big Vortexia in, and he gets slapped in the face. Castery denied immediately too. That's two shots.
He got slapped in the
two
face.
And two big messages sent to that duo.
I love that. You know, the perfect timing shots. They knew when the wall was about to be broken.
Benji.
Boom, the pump to the face, and they just get eliminated. You know, that's also a little bit on them as well. You got to be a little bit careful on the timing. You do not want to leave it to the last minute when Surge is just about to pump. You got to be, you know, you got to set yourself up. You cannot do it right before. As Benji here, he sniffs out an opportunity, finds another good pump through, and look who's gotten 50-50 here, Shayo.
Yeah, it's Benji and Savage. They have that fifth zone. It's landed right exactly where they are, and they found another body of heals to be used as well. They keep overreaching for a little bit of damage, for a little bit of position.
Hi bro, I am back from Spain.
Oh, welcome back from Spain.
Right now I see a few launch pads and Spider-Man swings.
We're just watching the qualifiers round 2.
The left half of the word chalker on the mini map. A lot of people are going to be swinging and flying in. Vino, of course, is in one of the best spots of the map. He's looking to keep pushing.
Hope you have fun in Spain.
That's exactly what you want to be doing in this situation. 2 launch pads as well. You talk about potential right now for Vino and Joe. They're both alive, Boop. It looks better than game 1, and I feel like they're about to pop off in this one.
I mean,
Who
this
is
is just
car
Cobra
time?
Canyon loot, right? 2 launch pad, those 6 chili splashes, they have 3 big pots, 6 minis as well. It is a lot.
He's
and, you know, they
another,
already have 3 eliminations as well. So what happened last game?
Is there a
another
surge
Fortnite
issues,
Cup?
obviously Venom going down
No,
early on
Fortnite
is
World
now
Cup.
going to be a little bit saved, and looks like
No, this is the qualifiers. This will get you into the.
And I don't think it's the right play to go for
into
yet,
the
you do have those 2 launch pads.
FNCS.
You don't want to be using those materials
The Fortnite
to go up and waste them, 'cause you're gonna be launch
champion.
padding anyways. It's not going to give you too much. Those peppers,
FN.
those splashes, sorry, are going to be good enough to play mid ground and then launch pad afterwards. And zone moves bottom right towards Shankar
Yeah,
side.
it just
So
gets you
luckily
into
for majority of
the
lobby, it
FNCS
pulls back towards that congested side, so a lot of these guys going to have a pretty easy
I don't know what
access through.
I don't know what
And,
FNCS
no,
stands
Venom
for.
Joe, he was
Champion.
looking at high ground. I expect him to fully land at high ground on the front
Something.
side of zone.
I
And
don't know.
actually, if you take a look, you'll be seeing this in this first movie.
But yeah,
here.
this just I
Everyone
think this
on the
gets
board,
you.
they're gonna be
I think
launching
this
first,
just
they're gonna
gets
be
you
landing
into
Venom Joe, they're
the
gonna be
actual
last
World
team to
Cup.
land,
I'm guessing.
and
I don't
that's
know.
when they're gonna have the opportunity because they're able to extend that
But this is
launch
live
pad
right
as
now.
far as possible, and then they save themselves so many materials because everyone's already on the floor, right? Everyone's already
You can either
landed,
watch it on
so you have
Twitch,
zero risk of ever getting late landed on, 'cause
YouTube,
you're the last team to launch pad, Shayo.
And I think
Absolutely. It's
Facebook.
also a
But we're just gonna
desert,
we're
a
watching
wasteland.
on
There's not gonna be
an
too many
actual
mountains or
Fortnite.
anything around the city of Shankar Speedway to land upon. Everything here is going to be player built, so you're absolutely correct. Leaving as late as possible will give you one of the highest points of elevation you can latch
But
upon.
after once this is over, we're gonna play some Fortnite, like solo matches.
For a few shots, they have another launch pad.
Until one of my
Leave this
friends
position as well.
want to
Just trying
join.
farm
I don't know.
as much damage as possible. Now you hear the gliders in the sky. They're popping left and right. 200 damage above for Seti and Chappers are looking for a little bit of freedom towards the clouds. They find it. You can see the overview right now. Lots of mid-ground positions. One definitive team on height. Seti's looking for a little bit of a higher elevated base as well. As you look towards the other side on low ground, it's Savage and Benji. They're going to be towards the backside of the zone now. Still finding trouble getting in, but the spicy splash dropped down towards the feet, making things hot. Feisty, fast, and speedy. Good for both teammates, but they're slightly separated too. It's Kuriachi that Benji takes down as he moves across the cars and the dirt on the ground. They're looking pretty good so far, Boot, but they have a long ways to go.
I mean, he had almost 0 builds then. All of a sudden, Kiriachi just into the box, back up to 80 as you get this nice little panning shot. Benji still stuck in the backside of zone. Yet again, a result of a little bit of late rotations
Storm
as
Benji.
you have to progress through all of these old builds. He's going to be very careful. Savage is going to try to elevate themselves away from this spot. As we have a high gun battle, you have Pink and Anas trying to go up on top of there. And these guys, you know, they don't have the most aggressive playstyle, but when it comes to those late moving zones and zone transitions, they love to go on top of it. And they do have Spider-Mans. Is
there a way to take away my minimap right now?
Go back up, and they have it for free now, going to 8th moving zone pretty damn soon. And I like the easy spot for them.
Absolutely. Pink actually uses the web shooters to go forward, negate the fall damage, and then build all the way back, reconnecting the high ground, stopping the weakness of these builds. It's absolutely genius. Past that, Trulex Chico looking for a little bit of revenge on and the aggressivity happening towards the top.
Let me get more higher.
They're going to be looking to maybe take over height. Vino and Joe all the way down low. Don't have any launch pads left anymore. Savage actually going down in the feed, but trading Rotary, so I'm not sure where first place is, if they're still alive, but they're having a little bit of trouble in Paradise. Joe and Vino, though,
much better.
They're denying everyone on this low ground towards the forward side. They're going, just landing shots left and right. Floki, Hook on boxes right beside each other on the backside as well.
Can everyone can play at the event, or do you need to be like really good or be a YouTuber?
And then Pink up top with an Os are still looking.
I think anyone can play it.
Yeah, now it is.
You don't really need to. I don't think you really. I think most people like to stream it while they're in it, but
you see them on this logo, but you're gonna get smothered just a little
I think you can do whatever you want. I think it's just. I don't know. But this is like a qualifier. It's like you're qualified to join like an event.
Yes, it is, because those players will completely scuff them backside of zone. They do have those.
But you have to be like really, really good at this game. Like you have to play every single day just to get qualified.
But it gets them a little bit of more space to survive. And Vino shoots another shot again, lands a big one. Not going to get the elimination. Mappy on the backside now. He's also out of mats. They're going towards almost uneditable builds. They have to break it through. Double swinging with a pickaxe is going to be looking good. A little bit of ammo picked up from the backside. Mappy going down. PKR also denied. Pink is still raining absolutely bullet after bullet from the high ground. And Nas is holding on to it still. They haven't been challenged. And now we're down to 5 teams. Pink and Anas, absolute control of the lobby right now. No one can even breathe, but the map gives people the chance to
I
fight
would
each
even
other
breathe if I
on
was in
low.
this.
It's gonna be that Speedway warehouse that everyone has a chance to just kind of wrap around, and armored walls pulled up by Vino and Joe to give them a little bit of a situation on the right side. They have a path, they're moving in, Bedness popped. This is so constricted, they have no space to move, and it's an entire diner they're gonna be rocking with on the right side. A person right in front of them, it's default that gets bopped inside.
You better get that shield.
Vino now looking for the siphon. Does he get it? Yes, another player on his front side. He denies it too. Somehow Vino and Joe are alive. The final 2v2.
I would die in 3 seconds.
I know, right?
It's amongst
I would
tyrants all
too.
the way on high ground who've had no interruption so far. A big shot from Vino and the spray. 30 HP, and he's still finding a way to have a conversation of voice inside this battle, but the spray comes down. There's no builds to hide behind. You can have the best aim in the world.
Who
but it's not gonna
won?
Stop Pink and Anas from getting
Wait,
that
did
win.
Benji die?
That was a valiant effort done, Logan, by Venno and Joe. You know, there was chaos down there. 4 players just running around with no materials with their heads cut off. And Venno and Joe, they come out on top. Very well played.
What about
game there from
Benji
them.
and
Pink
Mr.
Anas,
Savage?
You know, very good fundamentals. Again, taking height on that zone transition. A bit of a lucky zone pullback there for them, considering the material count. You see them finishing this game on 0 materials. And that's a good victory royale there for Pink and Anas. And, you know, these guys are warriors in these finals lobbies. I love it.
Absolutely. It feels like, though, even for me, after watching that game, me and you might have to go outside. I can barely breathe. I thought I was getting sprayed by Pink and Anas from high ground. Seeing Levin and Reese, are you feeling the heat? That was insane.
I know, right?
Well, Shy Wager, for some of us who can't handle the heat, we got to get out of the kitchen. But nope, I'm here. I'm still hanging out. I am dying, but it is okay. I will hold on until my very last breath. My goodness. Guys, this felt like a semifinals round, but like a light version of that. So many of these different duos just executing exactly to perfection. Now, there was a few flubs, I will say, along the way.
I really don't know what
overall, I'm very pleased
CS
to see, like,
stands for,
the
but
seriousness from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 2. You can tell duos here are like, no, I want that top 8. I don't want to go to semifinals. I just want that seat on bus.
Yeah, I love the way you went, you know, there were some flubs recently, like where the
damn his voice.
Watch your tone, mate. Watch your tone. Look, I'll be real. This is why we talked in the first game about how let's not get to a
damn his voice is low.
In the finals,
I thought mine was lower.
They didn't have the best first games by any means, but they are 2 teams where the expectations for them were high. Pink and Anas, one of the best final lobby teams in the region. The way they play high, very, very good. They have a great understanding. Execution can be off at times, don't get me wrong, but they got the right things done in that game, and hopefully now moving forward, they probably won't have that many teams contesting them hop on high.
Fingers crossed.
Damn, I wonder what happened to Benji.
Queasy who aren't here, who's just
I wonder what
that's it.
What place he took.
Imagine you play in the event and some dude like smashed you out of the game.
Like you mentioned. Out of the 3 cash cups they made in the second round,
I'm not.
they won 2 games
I'm
each.
good,
These guys are
but not
capable
that
of winning
good.
matches. I'm slightly a bit more concerned about the games that they don't manage to, right? 3 good games is roughly what I saw from Qualifier 1 to get you into that kind of top 8, obviously with a couple other points.
Yeah, I'm not that. I'm not like Fortnite expert good. I'm like more of a Fortnite.
I mean, you look back to like
Fortnite
Benji
player.
and Mr. Savage, right, who then get gifted the Storm Surge, the duo just falling into their laps and just being eliminated.
Oh, Benji's still in first.
As we take a look at our overall standings, they're still holding down that #1 spot. Now, there was a little bit more of a gap coming into this game, but for right now, we're seeing these other duos, right? They're meeting them, right? They're looking to answer back.
The points, oh my lord! 51 points for number 2.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things where I think we all know that the early game.
Benji and Mr. Savage had 15 points altogether.
Game as well can be a bit dodgy.
I'm guessing.
But
number 2 had like 9 points, but with 51 points.
Probably hoping they can get a bit of zone. Like, let's not deny, right? Of course, teams will prepare. Teams will have.
I'd love for Benji to win again.
Sometimes you need a bit of zone luck.
Oh, and no, Benji and Mr. Savage had 89 points though.
If they do, hopefully they can use
Total
that
points.
first game as sort of a learning moment on how to handle it.
Yeah, I think that one of the things you mentioned was interesting. Benji Fishy managed to get caster curse RNG. I mean, like, how does that happen? Positive caster curse RNG. That's fantastic. Well,
Carton, do you think
we
Mr.
didn't really picked on too much was Vino and Joe there. The absolute pop.
Have you been to Freddy's Mega PP since I was gone?
That match. We didn't see them in the top 10 there in the leaderboards. They're roughly in that kind of.
Have I gone in?
Right
Was
now,
I in the Pizza Plex?
If they keep
I mean, I haven't been on it since the stream, but
yeah, the way they maneuvered, you know, in this
But
game
not
was
really.
really impressive. We talk about the chemistry, the synergy. This season, the things you can do with your teammate by your side are just incredible.
I was on Fortnite yesterday.
It's both of them ready to fight for each other. I think when we talk about confidence, we talked about it at the top of the show. These guys are more confident than a lot of their opponents, and that really shows off here. Of course, they did just sort of get caught out at the end, Vino thinking he was safe from above, and so he went for the hill or whatever, and it just sort of didn't work out. But for the most part, man, I would not be worried about their first game being a bad one. This is one of the best teams in the lobby, and they've shown that over the qualifiers.
What was your question?
I mean, confidence absolutely sums it up. We saw in the
My
previous
question,
round, mentioned
do you
we
think
got 4
Benji,
games in a
Mr.
row where we got double-digit
Benji,
eliminations. The third one on that was
Benji, Fishy, and Mr. Savage are gonna win this qualifier?
16 elims. There's only like
You think they're gonna
4 people in
whole
that
thing,
game
or
who
not
were
really?
eliminated by them at that point. They were absolutely fragging out, and they've carried that confidence here into round 3, where they've obviously managed to pick that up in that second place there.
So good, man. And there's just think we have another 4 games out ahead of us. But
yeah, I kind of think they're going to win this whole entire thing, but
game number 3
who knows?
of qualifier 2. So for now, we're going back in with Shy Wager and Boom.
Game number 3 is the game of opportunity. It is now your chance. You've had 2 games to make mistakes, and now it's the third one. It is due. It is the time to do it all, Shayo.
Wonder where Benji and Mr. Savage are going to land. I wonder, tilted?
For me, I mean, slight bias here and there. I'm liking this Benji Savage situation we got going on. If Pink's on height, they're on low ground, that'd be insane. I want to see Mustache Malibuka keep popping off. I want to see Lecce and Swilliam actually get their game started as well, but before that happens, Floki and Clement, this has to be a chance for them.
59 points.
Another Chonker Speedway breakdown and 4 different teams.
Yep, a good landing here for Floki, and it looks like he jumps into the trap for some reason. The Ranger AK versus the Stinger is not good enough. I mean, that it was
like I said,
with no arms,
never a good choice to pick on.
And that was an easy elimination there for Swilliam. And I don't know where Floki's teammate's gone. He seems to disappear off the map here.
I think Clement definitely having a little bit of issues on that drop, but it's all good. We'll get Lecce and Swilliam a little bit of the beef up, a little bit of the jump up as they get their fights and early games started. They still have a long ways to go. Teach us an art skill as well. This is the team I wanted to focus on for so long because I've been watching this team specifically in Cash Cups and whatnot. They've been some of the most consistent overall. When it comes to early game fighting, this is what they have the art skill right here. 1v2 and still is able to deal a little bit of damage. T-Chips is there though. Is this just Harpoon? Okay, so he got to pick up the MK7.
He has the right hand peak though.
I'm trying to look at this one. I don't
Come on.
His opponent knows he has an AR, right? But I don't even think he used it once.
No.
It's kind of crazy. That team, that duo is just so adaptive, and they've kind of been under the radar entirely, right? Might not be household names completely, but they've put a little bit of footprint, even if I could say, into EU this season so far. So I'm hyped to see them in this squall. Hopefully, maybe
he already died.
I mean, this is a season of opportunity, right?
He was
We've gone
rebooted,
from,
though.
You know, an old chapter, an old map, to a completely new meta and a completely new map, right? And we're going to see some fresh faces. I mean, these guys aren't super unknown, right? We've seen them before, but
he was rebooted,
I'd love to see, you know, some of the
I don't know how he got the card so quickly, but
and we're seeing some new
rebooted.
names coming through as we move over towards Covert Canyon. Looks like Joe and Benno this time are contested. They do have height here, but they got to be careful because there's a player lurking. But Benno's awareness is just ridiculous. He gets a nice little shot through, goes back to Bapena now from behind. He's pinched, but you got to be a little bit careful here because Joe's down to low HP here.
Vino still wrapping a few shots. There's you were saying that Vino and Joe are contested. I feel like it's Pena being contested right now. I feel like they're the ones who they might not be dropped here, but they're getting absolutely beat down. Pena outside this wall. He has the control as well on all pieces around him. Still has a little bit of trouble eliminating Vino completely. It took a little bit of time, which might let Joe get an angle here. Oh no. First shot.
Come on, Joe!
The next one, 72, landed. That bullet finding its mark, and it's trouble now though. 1v1 and
do you think there are people cheating?
Team really profits from this one.
Maybe.
Yeah, and Joe, you gotta do me
There's
justice.
some people that might be cheating.
Before, you know, one of the best fighters, one of the best creative players in the game, and now he's stuck in a 1v1 situation.
I just don't know why people are wearing the stupid
they're here, and this is what I mean.
superhero skin.
Ah,
no, Joe!
It goes down.
Joe died!
And Pink, they're here to reap the rewards. I don't think the vault's been opened either yet, so Honest and Pink already have 10 chug splashes, and they're about to get a lot more this game.
They're
Joe
still
died.
Oh my god.
Is this their usual route as well when it comes to Covert Cavern, right? Are they the ones actually chomping down on Vito and Joe? Looks like there might be slight differences in the way they're rolling in, but they're reaping all the rewards.
Why do you have
of
the
most
glizzy
powerful
on your
spot on the
back?
map.
Yeah, they don't
Get that
usually jump
glizzy
into
out of
Covert
here.
Canyon. You know, they sort of stay on top. Usually the fights in Covert
Well, you
Canyon,
don't
they take a
have
long
the
time. You know, one of the teams are
jumbo
going to be getting the
popcorn?
vault card and then trying to get that
Bro.
vault. Other teams going to be, you know, nearby. A lot of the time you split it up multiple directions, but Pink and Anas, you know, if there's an opportunity there, they're going to take it. You know, these guys, they know the spot in and out. They've done it before, and they have the entirety of Covert Cavern. You'd think they've already looted the vault with the loot that they have.
With that
but
Benjamin,
they're gonna be getting even more
yeah!
this game, and they already have the search set up as well. This is going
The
to be a
cat
spicy
next
one for
to you,
Pink and
haha.
Anas, Shayo.
Absolutely. It basically
Yeah,
brought, like, their
it's
own
never.
lunch to the
What the
restaurant.
cat doing?
Two
It's-
meals to eat.
Why
It's kinda
not?
insane.
What the,
Benji and Savage, though, right?
how
You're
the
talking about
cat
being
doing?
wealthy for the moment right now. They're the ones kind of in the
It's like-
driver's seat completely.
it's-
89 points
it's
rolling in. The
just
team
like-
behind them, 78.
It's
for the
always
form.
what the dog do?
T-Chips and Artscope
Why never?
rolling through.
What the-
I feel like
what
the
the
one
dog-
good thing
what-
about Benji and Savage
how
right now
the
is every
dog do?
game that they end up winning and winning more, the second place team behind them is the one that has a little bit of that curse. They get
Bruh,
pushed back a little
Kiko.
bit. And
Kiko,
no one's
what?
kind of able to catch up with them and keep it close enough. 10 points, I mean, in this format, it seems close right now. But that
Kiko
gap is
Hollow.
really
Come
wide
on,
over time.
man.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
be
also the
such a
benefit of
wimp.
having a pretty much set spawn plan, right? They know that there's no one else in Tilt. It's only them and Kinjo and Deceptos, I believe. So there's nothing really that can go wrong for them. Unless they fight Kinjo and Deceptos all of a sudden, there's no reason for a team to sort of go into Tilted unless they're planning
Never
on doing
waste
some,
mats.
some different things there. So they'll be able
Always
to be
keep your
consistent,
mats.
and you know they have no worries there, Shayo.
Absolutely. And Boopy called
Says the one
game
that
three
always
the
cranks
game of
90s every
opportunity.
single match.
It looks like Kiko and Machi so far haven't
Woo,
had theirs
come
right in
on.
so far. I mean, these guys are good fighters. Kiko's one of the most insane players when it comes to in these side.
Okay, that was weird. The game audio just cut out for a second there. I thought my controller just died, but it's charging.
Right? They're going to try to play aggressively, trying to get those early eliminations of spawn now. You know, they have teams that are nearby. I believe they were contested last game, but this game, is this the same team? It's very hard to tell, actually. It seems like it is, yeah, it is the same team from Jones's before, so this is not actually a push. This is them chasing them out of the spot. This is about alphaing Jones's here, Shayo. They do not want this team landing next to them yet again.
Absolutely not. But that
Come
fight
on,
is
Kiko.
going on for a little bit, so we'll tune in with it.
You got
in just
this.
a second. Seti and Chapix, I mean, we talk about Storm Surge this, you know, going for damage that. It's
I
still
hate
kind of
when
early
people
on
build
inside
so
the game. You'll
much.
see people
I
still
know,
fighting
right?
For their spot right now, it's pretty basic Fortnite so far.
When someone
teams
like
start to disengage, even
once
at
you
CP
start
Sound,
building,
usually
you just
there's
see
a
them
fast disengagement
crank
there.
90s all the way to the
That's
moon
big
and
wall
starts
come
to
through,
do a
and yeah, the
fucking
Joneses, I mean, it's
a stupid
lasting so long,
trick
and it's
shot
so
on you.
loud that I see a third team on the minimap now kind of attracted towards this fight. And if you introduce a third party to this one, it's going to be absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, and,
And what I hate
how you
about
decide to
Fortnite is
play,
when
right?
you
There's
start
two
third
main parts of
partying.
Joneses you can land on. You can land either on the north side or the south side. A lot of the time, they have one team that lands on the north side. They play a bit passive. They try to sneak up through the tree lines. But it seems like this time, you know, both these teams landing on different sides of Joneses. One of them trying to disengage with those Spider-Man gauntlets. And that's what happens. And yeah, another team now comes through yet again. And this is the tale we've seen of this whole final, basically. You know, a little bit too much over-aggression. You know, you can play a little bit emotional, that's fine. But you gotta think about your own gameplay, your own
need a
finals in the end. You know,
shotgun.
you do not want to be throwing your finals, just playing a little bit too emotional, trying to chase the team out of it
Moshi?
because you want to
I
alpha
think
them.
that's their name.
But at this point, I think it's already too little too late.
Always
They're gonna have to commit to
carry
this
an
fight
assault
because
rifle,
the material
a
count and the shield
shotgun,
count here is not looking too hot.
and an SMG,
Not at all. I'm watching
and some minis.
Funny this from Mashi. He's just rolling in and just
And
slowly
something
crouch
oh,
walking.
they're
going
even
for SMG spray.
emoting.
Just absolutely moving through boxes, and yeah, now he's even disrespecting the opposition. I like it. I like the emotion that comes in right now. And
They do what I do. They emote.
I think they also maybe they were watching and seeing exactly how this fight was breaking down. It was a little bit too.
Bro, imagine
you know,
one of these streamers
Jenga
or one of
falling
these
over,
competitors was
for
watching
them. They
my
just gotta
stream,
let's pass
comparing
There's a
their.
light. Build, 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 build.
Through these spawn
Yes.
fights near that orchard spot, Joe.
But
I mean,
imagine
he got eliminated by
one of
Anderson
these
Pink,
competitors
you know, third-party
were
commander,
watching
unfortunately for
me,
him. And that's
watching
momentum
them,
gone in game number 3. Anas and Pink, I
and
would
watching
love
their
to see them loot at some
their-
point, because right now you think they
their-
have the vault, but so far they
their
still
skills.
have it. Pena managing to
I'm
run up
learning
a
how
little
to.
bit,
I'm
and
learning
also
how
caught
to
there
play.
with Anas and Pink in the box, and that's not what you want to have.
I'm learning their.
Towards Chonker side, I believe, and there's still a lot of aggression going on here. Both teams still trying to fight it out, but Alex and X3 here trying to, you know, loot up
Right,
the materials.
Quizmas.
You know, they do land
Put on a
nearby.
natural
Looks like they're gonna
pickaxe.
up the metal count here.
Absolutely. I mean, by the time the second zone's coming in at this point, every time I look at the mini map for a lot of teams, I would not see a big name on it at all. People are usually outside of the name POIs fighting in some weird mid-game skerfuffles, right? But that's not happening right now. It seems that people are not getting out of their off-spawn fights fast enough.
Yeah, and you take a look at the player count as well.
Oh my god, when I saw that person right there on screen, I thought
it's time to do things, right?
It was in the game like a little character popping out of nowhere.
Different things.
But it's just in game.
They're trying to third-party different spots. They're trying to get more eliminations early on because it must be very frustrating to be eliminated by Storm Surge every single game. So these guys, they're making the decision, hey, we're just going to jump in and we're going to get a quick elimination on spawn so we don't have to worry about it later on. But this is yet again another South Zone. And looking at Pink and Honest's loadout there, again, very,
some people
very
are
good.
in the storm still.
Fight coming through here with Stompy and Jew coming from that Bugle side, I believe. And then all the way into Sanctuary now, running to another team here, Shia.
It'll be tough for Stompy and company because, we just keep seeing this pattern. A lot of the times, it's an extreme as to where the zone is pulling. They're going straight all the way down south. Matt's resource is going to be expended.
You guys can sit by me or you gotta leave.
Even Pig inside the storm.
Just don't bother me. I'm watching the show. I'm watching the.
I like the fact that you pointed out compression is going to be so much more so different inside Game 3. Limited player count overall.
But yeah, Cartime, I know how you feel.
Not even expect certain
whenever I'm playing, there's always build.
Expecting to happen inside the game might not be there. It's going to be a very different landscape for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and this is probably the worst zone for Stumpy and Jew there to sort of storm fight in this position, right? Because it is so far away from them, and there's not too many points for you to reform your metal. So you need to be careful here. And looking at the map there, bottom right, you look at how many teams there are on that rotation.
Thank you,
so much congestion right into Charm, because all of these guys trying to reform the metal. And if you're late on this rotate, it's going to be tough. I don't think this zone's going to pull all the way towards the water side, because it doesn't tend to do that. But you never know.
The storm's coming.
It could be lucky. And there you go, Storm Surge is going to pop up for the first time. 4 players need to be eliminated until that is gone. But 415 above Surge here for Iris, Yumi, and Older, our 3rd place team. So they're in a pretty good spot so far.
They are. When you talk about, where the zone can't go, whenever it's on broadcast, it goes straight to the water, man. I'm telling you. It has like an affinity for it. I don't know why, but it happens. And it seems that wherever Benji and Savage go, flames follow. Another house that's being completely
Benji's still alive?
Set apart on fire.
I think it's the same one shot.
Holy shit, they are.
I think this is Butterborn, and for some reason they have a vengeance against this Butterborn. But yet again, take a look at this.
Come on down
this
to
is
the
almost the exact same
Butterborn.
zone, right? So again, Benji and Savage not really learning from the
Oh, there's no snipers in this game mode?
Surge here, and there's not going to be a team to jump
There's
to
no,
this time to help them out.
It's not a game mode, it's just a...
Trying to trade some Surge. They do have a lot of minis, and for those of you that don't know, there's a pretty good strategy that a lot of these duos do. They basically...
Get out of the way, fish stick!
Actually, never mind, because Savage is going to pop his big pot. Not really sure why he's doing that. Oh, there we go. So what a lot of teams tend to do, they try to stay on 150 HP, and they try to use those minis over those big pots, right? Because
I only play on my friend's PC sometimes, and I am so bad LOL, so I get killed in the first 6 seconds of the game.
HP for Surge in this situation, but Savage not doing that. I guess he feels a little bit scared, maybe, for another team trying to push them. And I feel like this is deja vu. This game is, the same zone. Benji and Savage below Surge yet again. Vortexia and Cassie also below Surge. What am I saying here, Shayo?
I mean, if that is
Fortune
the case,
above.
then Vortexia and Castry have about 2 minutes to live until they get pumped twice in the face. So hopefully it's not the same game for them so far. Benji Savage, though, getting bullied, and we really didn't see this POV that much in the last game. We saw them rotating in and not having the worst of times. But it feels like Vortexia and Castry, they've learned from their past mistakes, have one of the best spots right now to bully an isolated team, and unfortunately it is Benji and Savage on the other side. 11 points for them, 89 for Benji. Savage are in first place.
Benji's from Europe?
Keep it going.
Hey, yo!
Yep, and
Car
this
time!
Is, again, that little bit
They're from your state!
Right? 74 people left alive. Even
They're
if
from your area!
Only 50 above Surge, you're going to think, surely it's not going to be us that's going to be taken out here. And you never know. If one team gets taken out here, Benji and Savage, they could go below Surge. If the other team that's below Surge, the way that it works is all about thresholds, right? So
I just noticed.
Because one team that gets one extra tag, it could be you being below next. And with Benji only being on 95 effective HP,
yes, Europe and that.
Position to be here.
Absolutely.
They're streaming from Europe,
right?
Car time, your state.
Up, everyone else comes toppling down. So you want to make sure you're upkeeping with that.
I didn't know Benji was from Europe.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
I mean, look at this. I mean, okay, I gotta be careful here because I'm new to this casting thing, Shao, so I didn't realize I had such an effect on how zones pull.
I'm telling you,
and this zone has pulled straight towards the water of Chonka side. So, worst case scenario for a lot of these teams. This is, I mean, it's gonna be a painful zone for these players, but it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. I'll be honest.
Absolutely is. Unfortunately, too, this is one thing I've noticed over casting a little bit and watching these zones move. When you're down on Surge and the zone kind of moves even more so where all teams are, it becomes a statue situation. You're not able to watch anyone else kind of move out of their boxes. You're in so much more trouble than any other situation if you're bad on Surge. You just saw it with Kaizen right there. There's nowhere to go. One team ends up hearing your shield get cracked, roll in, pops out. You do not want to be low on Surge when it's kind of a statue type zone. You want,
let me see, is Benji extra from Europe?
Coming to be proactive, get on your fight fast. I think we saw it from the first game. I forget the duo that did it, but it was done to one of the teams that were a little bit higher on elevation. They just straight up pushed in. It might have been Pan that we saw get right inside the box, I believe, beam up. Yeah. You want to be able to be proactive and not wait for that zone to close. Right now, it's all in for a lot of teams. Jox, Skyzoo, that push inside, wait for this fight because they need the damage. They're in that statue situation. No other team is going to allow them to deal damage to them at all. They're just going to be hiding, turtled up inside their boxes. And now it's going to be unfortunate completely. Another situation where Surge is the demise of Jox and Skyzoo.
And I think these guys got their GPS settings installed incorrectly because they are on the wrong side
he's
of the
from
There's so many players
he's a
on this
British
northern side, and even Benji and Sam
professional esports player, YouTuber star, and Twitch streamer. Benji first became well known as one of the top players in Fortnite's first ever World Cup. He has also qualified 4 times in the European region, and he also won thousands of dollars. So he's from, I'm guessing, the UK?
And now is the time for them to just be careful, just to wait. It is mellow time. You do not want to be
elevated. There's
so many players around you. You want to wait for these metal walls to fully build out before you make any sort of moves. And I don't want to call the zone, but it is going to actually pull towards the right side. So away from the water, thankfully for them. And we are going to be saved here from another water zone here, Shayo.
Question is, are there any pads for
he is.
Savage and Benji to maybe bounce on and have an easier way inside zone? I see that Anas has one inside his inventory. If that's the case, and once again, we're in the desert, we saw who the Pharaohs were last game, right? Anas and Pink, they stayed up top. They let that family lineage kind of rock from zone to zone to zone to zone. No one could really dethrone them. And they're looking to do it again. An armored wall available for Anas as well. So if anyone tries to go for that chop down, that spray all the way upwards, he has that extra layer of protection and another beam inside the box. So not only looking for height right now, Boot, they're aware of every single edit going on around them.
Yeah, so what they're
basically
doing
Benji.
is trying to hold as many people away from them on this high ground, right? Because if you shoot at players that are trying to rotate near you, they're not going to box it below. They're going to try to rotate away from you in this position.
I'll see the comments in my stream. Watch Benji as well.
Less of a chance of someone sneaking up towards high ground if you do pull half and half here. And I want to talk about the inventory just a little bit. They had 12 chunks passion.
But Benji is
more in the inventory of Anas there. So what the... You know, what these guys love to do sometimes, they like to, sneak up below high ground and try to take it away that time. So maybe if I get a few fortunate zone pulls, you might see them make a storm play with those chug splashes because they're very variable. You know, they can heal you.
Bro, this one's different though.
There for those big
Benji's in the lobby. How is Benji alive in this game, but Benji's in the lobby in his region?
Stop thinking,
bruh.
Spice is also in effect, so they move at double the speed. Question is though, if you do end up going the wrong way, that's double the mistake that happens as well. You're talking about the right left, the elasticity, the bounce back of this team. They're really making the move, showing themselves off to the right, sticking to the left.
God, I just imagine somebody from my stream going to a streamer's stream on Twitch or YouTube saying, hey, the YouTuber that's watching you, and he's a...
And that's at least kind of issue. 200.
Oh no, there is that in the game.
I don't know where they're going to jump in on. I mean, there's going to be a team nearby, but by the time they're actually
how happy are you that they're doing Europe region hard time?
Oh no! Team behind this wall, they don't know. Maybe
no!
Oh, he gets taken
Savage!
out by a team hiding. He did.
No! No!
Where but Benji is 2v1 now. Still alive somehow.
Ajay, don't die!
7 builds now. He needs to be careful, but I mean, it was all done. It was a valiant effort for Benji, but he's still alive actually. Okay, he's sneaking up, he's being covert, and this player is on low HP. He does get the wall behind him. I don't think this player realizes, sneaks back through, And does he know it? But Surge, he does know he's there. And Surge is going to take him out. 24 HP and he cannot heal up anymore. Surge is going to be the one who takes up Benji and finally
Please consider subscribing as we're watching this. I think there's only 6 more rounds, or 3 more rounds.
One thing that is true, and
or 3 more
Surge
games.
eliminates all.
Absolutely, you can't build past it, you can't hide away from it, and he was out of mats too, unfortunate. Art skill, that POV we just dipped towards, that's gonna be second place looking to take that gold beam and add it towards their inventory to have that luxury. There is no first place team alive right now who can take that title.
Yeah, and if you look at the half-nap zone here, Zone actually does pull, I believe, on top of Pink and Ana, so all of that setup they did prior to set up the high gun is probably now going to be good for them. I'm not sure what layer they're on. I think they're close
Benji
by,
is waiting for the next round or
you
something,
do
I don't
not
know.
need to go crazy on high gun in this half-nap, Shayo.
Absolutely not.
I don't like that skin.
Right now. They basically want to clasp all the way up towards 90. If they get 100 in this game,
the one that's in front
that'll
of me.
be absolute huge, but that means they have to survive the entire time. If we could just stay on this POV, I want to see exactly how they break it down. They will be going for I here. They have 2 different pads as well. Can they hold on to being the finessers of this zone entirely?
Look.
23 till we see where exactly moves, but I'm liking the fact that they're staying low-key right now.
Yeah, and don't expect them to go for high gun initially, right? They're not going to be going to high gun in first moving. If they do that, I'll sound very stupid.
Holy shit, there's so many people left.
They both have multiple launch pads.
Why not, though? Why should they not?
So basically, the reason why you don't want to do it is because you want to use those launch pads effectively, right? If you have 3 launch pads in your inventory, you're going for high gun into first moving, you're basically using materials that you would have saved with those launch pads. Exactly. And with Zone putting far away from them, yet again, they're going to have more time to launch pad, and that's going to be good for them.
Absolutely. Irazumi, very same position. Might not have multiple launch pads, but
24 players.
They might not be controlling high ground completely,
but it's duo, so
but they've been consistent.
22 players left.
Last 2 games. Now in the 3rd game, they have a spot to even steal that lead from Benji and Savage, and it's about 12 points ahead of Pink and the Nos from what we saw before. Irazumi even pops that spicy pepper, a little bit of a speedier glide. We'll see exactly how this looks down. They've checked up top, and what a way to pad past all those builds on a single floor, blocking him through. They're high and mighty inside the sky. They go straight for that forward position. We see so many teams in good spots all the way towards that final zone make this move first. And Irazumi leader, they're not all the way towards the low ground. They have no people next to them either. This is such a good spot.
Yeah, they're in a very good spot. They do have those peppers popped as well. And then we go back towards Pink and Anas here. See, they're holding out. And like I mentioned, they're going to launch pad very slowly towards the front side. Launch pad yet again. And now they're going to evaluate.
Wish Benji was still alive.
And it doesn't look like it because there's a lot of people pretty much set up yet. So they can wait until that
I
second
don't know how many points
Benji
has right now, but
have a lot of materials because
he better win the next round.
Those launch pads. So I'm hoping to see
I want him to keep the number 1
It's going to be a launch
spot
pad towards height in the second moving zone here, Shayo.
Absolutely. De facto first place right now will be Art Skill and T-Chips up inside the box. They're desperate to find any damage. 79 below. They might be in first. They might have 93 points, but that 95 below threshold is the number that matters, and they changed it up.
These people talk so much that I can't even
360 above or 63 above,
understand anymore.
Trying to find some type of damage. It might get close to 360 with the way this damage is going right now. They dodged the first few strikes of Surge as well as Stompy.
A gray MK7.
Taken out by Endless and
oh, someone could just someone can just entire thing down.
536 damage above for this team. They Spider-Man their way all the way forward as well. They stop another high take two. The denial is insane.
And you gotta be careful. If you're fighting on the backside of zone, there's gonna be another team towards the front side. They're trying to take it away from you. Juice smartly here, Spider-Man towards the front side, but they get chopped down. Oh, they do reconnect though, but is the damage done? I don't know. They only have 4 more builds in total, and here comes Pink. Like I mentioned, if you're fighting on the backside of zone, you're going to be using a lot of materials.
169 health.
To save it this entire game here, Shayo. 26 builds left, and they have it into this 8th moving zone.
Oh, they take out Stompy, and Pink is still active and alive. The aim electric, the bullet's magnetic, and they're not missing. This is just insane.
12 more to go.
At the very front of it, applying the pressure. That
12 more players to go.
He's making sure not a single edit can be made upwards. Mappy's kind of trapped. Seti's right below him too, so they're being forced into a pinch as well. T-Chips though, still in first, taking down Link. Finally, Endelix takes him down, so that might be the first place
14.
team. Not active either. They were close to 95, 98 points. It's 80 so far, but Seti too is also popping off, picks out Mappy, he survives the pinch, and this is where trouble starts.
And I think we're going to get 2 in a row here from Pink and Anas because the zone pulls back over old builds, right? So they
10 more to go.
Even though the material count is very, very limited, they're going to be able to stay on top of them, and no one's really going to pressure them because they're all going to go through Shayo.
Absolutely. Sadi, though, this is going to be another clutch situation. We saw Janus do it before, but he's out of mats and unfortunately goes down.
Number to
towards
go.
The front side. It'll be endless next squeeze. Pick that one up. 26th place for them overall.
9.
But they're looking really good. And Austin Pink, again.
7 more
like
players to go.
A dog or something. This is so simple for them. Every time, business as usual when it's the desert. These guys make sure everyone else is just low
one more storm
and dry. Pink, once again,
rotation
forward. And he secures another spot of the high ground.
And it is a game of numbers,
7,
right? Even the small launch pad there, you know, it's
6,
only 2 to 3
5
blocks,
more to go.
but every single build counts here.
5 more players to go.
Moving zone, that one build might just save them as you have 7 duels left alive, Shia.
Absolutely, Flixie now, he's going to be in trouble. You're talking about every single build. They only have about 6 left. Pick up a few more on the left side. Armored Wall buys them a little bit of time, but it's time that's going to be translated into money, into points right now. The longer you stay alive, the more placement you're going to get, and they're trying to milk every single second so
6,
far.
5,
up top
4 more to go.
Where the roof comes crashing down, and Flixie is the one to pick up all
5,
the mats left around. This is going to be huge for them. Dodging even more sprays.
No, 5,
this man has like a shield
no, 4,
bubble around
3,
him.
2 more to go. It's a 2v2, I believe.
Right now he's looking down, lands another big shot. Surge doesn't matter right now. It's only about getting these eliminations and staying alive ahead. Inside this
3, 2, 1 more.
The heavy shotgun slug. It comes straight in. No, it's a pump, but it doesn't even matter. The damage is true. Nailu still alive right now. The Siftos also going to give you picks, and they're going all the way up for high ground. 3 builds left. It's not going to be enough. He doesn't have the mat to actually go all the way up towards the top, but he has a big shot on the left side. That's an interruption. Flixie's insane. Pink is down. The Emperor is usurped. The med mist might be enough to keep him alive inside the car.
No!
Attack is nuts, but no.
It's a 2v2.
Today,
or a 1v1
for now. A 1v1, no materials, a pump shot. It's do or get done, and he does it. Anas, back to back. Nice. That is insane.
Oh my goodness, Anas there, absolutely electric. Kept this cool. I think that player bounced on top of a tire stack or something because Anas could have lost him for a second there. But he did finally find that tracking, and this is just a fortunate zone there for them again, right? Everyone on low gun, every material, nobody has bats, and Anas here keeping us cool, you know, playing it safely, even tanking a little bit of storm, is able to find the Siftos there.
Round
for
3.
free. And wow,
Game
that's
3.
true in a row there for Pink and Anas. I mean, the setup, it was all there to be seen from the start, right? They got those early eliminations at Clover Canyon, they got the vault, they had multiple chug splashes, and that was just free. GG's.
Absolutely, that armored floor, ramp, wall, whatever, like it was absolutely crucial. I think it was one more shot and would have dwindled away. So that was literally a game of inches. I know that the desk will talk for miles. Zeke, Levin, Reese, I mean, what was that?
Ridiculous.
Shio Wager, what is going on in this qualifier number 2, guys? Semifinals is next week. Finals is the week after.
Semi-auto?
Calm down, okay? My little heart can only take so much of this action, but Shio Wager was extremely accurate in that call, right? That armored ran there.
Okay, I am
At that
back.
point, that player has to say,
where'd you go?
This is not worth wasting ammunition on. I'm just gonna take a chance.
Benji died before you even left. Hard time.
Who won?
Waiting for me to just get done, but for Pink and Anas once again.
I forgot who it was. I think of these
victory
people.
Royale. The back-to-back Levin, it's going down.
Yeah, and we saw it coming from a mile away. Reese and I sitting there in the corner just knowing, hey, look, after
and
Anus,
Guide Anus, something, they won. I think.
The setup for height Reese was very, very patient, and it's actually
just
something
you
that
can just
I
watch
think
this.
underrate, right?
It's a replay.
You see a bunch of teams fighting for height, but the real good high ground teams, they'll stay elevated. To happen, and they'll just sneak on right up and win games. And this
it was like a 1v1
so
earlier.
well.
Yeah, the back-to-back doesn't happen just randomly. Like, these guys are experienced.
It's going to become round 3.
Center, and they are veterans of the game at this point. Anas has been around for so long. So has Pink, getting a lot more of the limelight this season, absolutely. It showed in the final moment, right, where Anas had to clutch up the victory royale. And we kind of saw a bit of a difference between Flixie on low ground. Here, exactly, jumping straight into the car. He's a less experienced player. He's not made a single FNCS final. This is a big, big moment for him.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, it was Anus.
Cool, collected.
Anus is the one that won the game.
The shots that matters and picks up the back-to-back.
Yeah, Shai was talking about the Flixie's tech there. I think you're giving him a bit too much credit. I think there was a bit of panic there in that end game. Him and Nailu popped off, and that's going to really help them moving forward.
the
And that's what they're trying to do, right? They're
flag.
trying to make it in that top 8. They don't have to be first. They just have to meet that top 8 requirement to go straight through the finals. Let's take a look at our standings right now.
Where's Benji?
It does
No!
not look like
Benji's in sixth place!
Okay, so right now, second place,
No!
102 points. That's a
The one from the last game.
That is
The one from the last game,
Benji
and Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage got 6th place with 46 points, 15 eliminations still, and 1 point and 1 elimination. Together they had 91 points.
Nailio and Flixie here, just because this season so far in Cash Cups, when I've been watching and analyzing some of the bigger teams, I always see their names popping about in lower layers, you know, really getting those pop-offs. They are very, very exciting players to watch, and so this could be the start of a really big year for them.
Yeah, their best placement so
50
far is
seconds
12th in one of
the
those
next
finals.
game.
Really, really good. Like I mentioned,
112 points for Anis and
hoping they don't crack
PinQ UK.
Just gotta hold on, boys. Just hold on. We got this. But for now, we're getting ready. We're jumping back on the battle bus. Boom, Shy Wager, take it away.
Man, when it comes to these games right now, I think Zeke put it the best in game number 2's post. It's like a semifinals light, even a finals light after the action we're seeing with this one, Boop. I mean, I'm not sure where it goes from here. If we're at the desert again, I might just lose my mind.
Yeah, I think it's very zone dependent, but it's also because the sort of teams that we have in this lobby. I don't think I see many high teams in this lobby, Shabia. A lot of the high teams that we know are all qualified last time. So, you know, the Videos and Reasons, all these guys are already qualified towards the grand finals guaranteed. So Pink and Anna, they're making use of a very good situation for them. And, you know, they're being the only high team here right now. You know, it's doing well for them.
Yeah, it's like a personality switch as well, because you called it in the first game. Anas Pink, kind of a little bit of a passive duo overall. They don't like to take that claim, but when it comes to endgame, everyone has to be adaptable enough to do just that.
It's
right?
time.
If you're looking for another banger, we're on the precipice of one right now. Game number 4 is about to get started.
Game number 4?
Yep.
Geez, I thought it was game number 3.
We saw a lot of aggression coming out early on, but
There's only 2 more games left.
we saw a lot of aggression coming out early on into that last game, and I'm expecting exactly the same this time, and the point discrepancies are going to be even higher. You know, there's going to be a lot of those people, you know, towards the bottom 30 to 40 on the leaderboard. They're trying to play super, super aggressive now. It is not the time to be eliminated by Surge anymore. Now is the time to pick it up and make things happen, Shayo.
Absolutely, and sometimes you might not see a team pick it up. You might not know exactly how they're in a certain space. I feel like that is the way
where's Benji?
and T-Chips. Once again, just
Bro,
like the Cash Cups you
this
saw
guy's
in the
almost
previous
dead.
season, they're just there somehow. Top 6, top 5 right now, in
Damn.
2nd overall. In a spot that seems even weird too. Yeah, there's a big vault to be able to, you know, be used, but past that, like these
That dude's almost dead in like 4 seconds.
Week after week.
Yeah, everyone seems to love them, but I didn't notice in the feed. I saw Anas get an early elimination, so maybe that was because of the bus path,
he drank
maybe someone
one of those
trying to make
thingies.
something happen here. I would love to see that later on.
Almost died.
Replay maybe as we have this early game fight. Looks like, oh no, never mind. They're just going back in. They got a taste of blood the last game, and they want more, Shayo.
Absolutely. This is going to be super early, though. That's the part I'm kind of worried about. And you mentioned it. Yeah, early Elim, it's good. But then, okay, I like this. Getting out of dodge and making sure you're not going to be inside the preliminary equation. They want to be like option B of the overall test, right? They want to be the second question, the multiple choice after the fact. And this is the way they got that first Elim. Pink being bullied and
it is the way they killed the guys.
That man's HP is low.
Get yourself a teammate like Anash. No, my man slid down the mountain, risked his ankles to come help his boy out, and it worked out for them. That's going to be early Storm Surge for them as well.
And Nash.
Someone's trying to shake it up just a little bit. It looks like Pink's loop path is getting disrupted just a little bit, but Pink, you know, has that perfect drop. Pink is one of those players that is prepared some of the motions, played so much practice. He's done so much VOD viewing, has a coach, has everything in his arsenal to do well. And he showed that off today.
Benji and Savage.
This time, we mentioned having a consistent off-spawn strategy. This time, they're shaking it up. They're pushing towards Skin Zone to Sipdos, and this Sipdos gets taken out early on now.
Yeah, I mean, consistency.
Benji and Mr. Savage better get first place. I swear. If they don't do it, then I'm changing my mind on the deal. My bet is if they don't win, I'm going for the next person. The one that won the game 3.
Confused, like Daisical is moving around, kind of free-formed, and Savage capitalizes on that, picks it up. Should be a close range fight they were having. Looks like they took control of a spot they don't usually go to in Tilted, and because of that, Savage has a free Elim.
And you know, this is a little bit scary though, because we're only in game number 4, right? We have 2 more games after the show, so you really don't want to be messing with your neighbors, especially when you're in a position to qualify, right? Benji Savage, 94 points right now. You know, they are in that 6th position. So if Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, if they have a bad game or they have another bad game after this one, they might say, you know what, let's push Benji and Savage. It doesn't matter anymore to us because they griefed us in game number 4. But looking at the leaderboard so far, Kinzo and Deceptos are actually tied on points with Benji and Savage on 91 points. So this is maybe a play for leaderboard, you know?
The semi version. I need to check what it is. I keep forgetting the name. But for the next qualifier round 4
to be able to stay around there, right?
Or round 3
as much when it comes to Benji and Savage. You mentioned
for qualifier 3.
One of the mistakes they're making is they're taking too long and tilted.
If it's on a weekend or a weekday, I'll stream it and we'll watch it again.
So as a result, yes, you are making a difference in that 91-point tie. But Kinzel's gonna get Deceptos right back up. They'll still.
Hey yo, it's Joe! Joe's back!
Yeah, for sure. And it might make a little bit of a difference as we move over towards Anlex. Also now trying to play aggressive on Fast Roki and Kylie. You know, those guys, I expect them to be in chonkers the majority of this final. You know, they've been talking about it on Twitter. Chonkers, it's our chonkers. But when it comes to the real finals and there's actual things on the line, looks like they've given it up. You know, there's a lot of talk coming out. You know, I love it. You know, I love the drama on Twitter as well. You know, you're trying to claim those spots, but, you know, sometimes you just got to pick actions to your words and they're not doing it. But they do have 41 points right now, so it's not too bad, right? I guess they're sort of appreciating the fact that they can do better from a different spot. Don't have to make ego for those spawn fights. But, you know, Anlex and X3 is here. They're trying to play aggressive on them. And Kylie now in a difficult spot. 0 builds in the box. Tries to whip out the pistol. Only has 14 ammo in that Stinger SMG. As Anlex is trying to get a sneaky revive here on X-Squeeze. Kylie's also doing it. They try to trade, but Anlex has the shield advantage. And that's more than enough here against Fast Roki to eliminate him. And Anlex there on his 40 points. 2 eliminations now. And Surge settled. And has a pretty good zone to rotate to as well.
Absolutely. The one thing I liked a lot, just in that fight specifically, Analex baiting out the chug splash
quick
noise.
Stat.
Like
only one contact team won a game
right now too,
in
terms of
qualifier 1.
Only one contested
I didn't get through the rest.
So far, when we're looking at how things are rolling too, right, when it comes to the victory royale. So the thing right now is if you have a very clear type of mind overall when you're looking at how the games are being played, you have that.
I thought that was a fuck.
Hoop, right, in terms of
a prisoner,
a
prisoner skin.
You're having a much easier time getting to that victory royale.
Yeah, for sure. As we hop on board now with Kinzo, he's trying to get his boy back up in Deceptos. Looks like Savage and Benji, they're hovering the area. Actually, I think Savage might be camping that card. It was over near that garage side of the buildings. But, you know, Kinzo, the time is ticking. He still has a lot of time, I think. It should be fine. But unfortunately for him, the first zone does center near Tilted. So
if he had Spider-Man whip, he could have just went over there quick and just ran.
Surge, and because they have priority on this rotate against the other Tilted team, because usually, right, you have that team in North Tilted, they're going to be blocking out your rotate. In this situation, they're the team that's deciding the rotates, and they have all the time in the world here to make something happen. But I don't think Deceptos should shoot at this player at all, because he wants to sneak in carefully to try to get that car and then dip right back out. And it looks like the timing window is almost perfect here. Kinzo, oh, I'm nervous here, Shayo. This is, oh, he gets it. There you go. Thank God he gets out of there as we go through to another fight here inside of Daily Bugle. Stompy and Ju on that 80 points so far in a pretty good spot in this final, getting W-keyed by a player with an appropriate name, W-key Able. I mean, for sure, he is able to W-key. And Ju in a similar situation to Deceptos, trying to play passive and run away now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough overall. Stompy, this team entirely just seems like they've had a little bit of trouble.
He's working at his desk. Leave him alone.
The entire game. It's not even, you know, a completely wrong calculation or a big mistake. Just a slight error sends them spiraling into a place they don't really want to be in. And at the Bugle, we saw this in qual number 1. It is tough to get out of the spot with a card and get back under your game in a good pace, right? It gets really, really difficult. Right now, Anas and Pink as well, denying a little bit of the damage on what I was assuming pulling them a little bit. They're going right beside Sleepy Sound and or Logjam Lumberyard, excuse me. This should be the one spot that they could back up to if they're leaving Covert Cavern, but the issue is it's going to be
I need a piss. I'll be right back. I'm going to let this go real quick. Or I'm going to let you watch this for a while.
For that surge, and Austin Pink in trouble in first place as well.
And this is what I mentioned, right? Fourth game now, Correction Storm right in 18th place with 45 points. So they're trying to be proactive instead of reactive. You know, they were eliminated in 13th place in game number 1, 22nd in game number 2, and 25th in game number 3. So that half and half surge really affecting them in this final. And now they're trying to play super aggressive against Pink and Anas, and you know, trying to make an opportunity happen because they need elimination sort of to catch up. They had a decent finals last week, and hopefully for my prediction they have a better one this time. But so far it's not too good.
Not too good for the moment, but they'll be able to get some damage and get out. That was the goal. Sometimes you don't even commit to the entire fight. For Gore, it might be a little bit different. Slove right behind him. Maybe having a little bit of a pinch over here, but he can't go over to the left side. The Harpoon actually misses and hits the enemy instead of the build. That's huge. And another just walking forward pump. It's actually Tico going down. Trulex, that was the first team I was talking about in game 1 that keeps getting keyed. It seems like they're our bullied duo of the day. No matter where they're trying to reposition to, there's a team that finds them and then just dives in the box.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chulix and Chico again getting eliminated by another team in the mid-game aggression. You know, the games where they aren't getting pushed out, they place top 10 in every single game so far, but you know, they gotta survive. You gotta be careful because there's aggressive teams in this lobby, and if you can't handle the heat, you gotta get out of the kitchen.
You gotta get somewhere. I don't know where
away from the kitchen, maybe.
Away from other teams. There's just teams playing. That's so unfortunate for Trulex too. The Harpoon kind of just solidifies everything. The fact that Gore just like has the focus to just keep going, even though he's getting so much damage dealt to him. The trust in his teammates.
Hope Benji never died.
Trade. I mean, ultimately, that trade didn't need to come through. He had the damage himself. It's still kind of nuts. Skins all the Ziptos back on their feet. The Ziptos on low
Stop
HP,
wasting mats!
But for Texia, this is going to be a tough right away.
Yeah, and this is the team, you know, these guys, they have struggled with Surge the entire game. When there's a nice little cake right in front of you that's rebooting for you, you're going to take that opportunity to get everything that you can. Kinzo only going to have those 150 word in total as Kinzo
at least he got his card.
21 builds for him. Deceptos gets left in the dust, and he's going to be the bait. He says, he says, Kinzo, run away, my friend, because I will be your sacrifice. And Kinzo will have to do it yet again because Deceptos goes down, unfortunately, and it is another waiting game for Kinzo to help his boy out.
I might not even need stats for this next claim, but I think Deceptos is the player in the lobby that's given away the most Elam points to other teams so far. Right? That's 4 in total. This man has gone down twice, and Vortexia and Castry, they're still searching for Kinzel.
Yeah, I mean, you want to maximize, right? Like, if you can solve your surge right now, then do it. There's no reason for you to, you know, play passively, you know, let this guy run away from you. But, you know, Vortexia has a little bit of a sixth sense. Maybe he feels like Kinzo's nearby in this bush, but no, he doesn't seem to know it yet. And we're running out of places here for Kinzo to reboot. You know, he can only reboot someone twice, I feel like. And there you go, the replay of it happening. Vortexia with that Stinger SMG to jump in through. Crawl from the outside trying to trade tags as well, and that is Deceptos. I feel bad for him, man. He has not had a fun game this time, and I feel like it's gonna happen again because Kinzo, being the good and valiant teammate that he is gonna try to reboot him yet again, and I feel like he's gonna meet the same fate.
I'm wondering what the maximum amount of points a single player is given to another team has been in the past. I think Kinzo's going for a record right now with Deceptos. It might be 6.
Might be. I think you get 8. I mean, might as well. If you get a record
4 times.
I think. That's my prediction for this game. You know, if you're gonna do anything this game, if the game's gonna be a throwaway, you know, might as well get the world record while you're at it. You know, and the 103 below surge. Actually, we might not even get to that point, unfortunately. So the fun and games are over for Kinzo and Deceptos. Now comes reality as Cassie and Vortexia are gonna hold them out yet again. And you know, this outfit, is so recognizable. And you know, they know this is the solo, and they're gonna be pushing in. SMGs come through. Kinzo, can you make something happen? No, the pinch comes from both sides, and Vortexia and Castry take them both out, and that's gonna be a good start for their game here. You know, the surge is settled; they don't have to worry about it anymore. But for Hookah and Zessen here, you know, who have been playing aggressively in Kondo Canyon, their surge is not settled as they're gonna get pushed out here.
They're gonna be tough. Hookah at some moments has, like, you know, really good swings in terms of getting enough damage done right in front of them. This is gonna be nice control box like a present, and Christmas is way past. Hookah's just gonna be pushing forward and getting every elimination that he wants to, no matter what. Sirs is the one going knocked down and then completely eliminated. Past that, one more player just left right in front of him, and they know he has no shields. They know he's kind of healing up right now. Look at all the loot they got. 2 MK7s to switch into, shield kegs, Spider-Man's web shooters as well. This is just an absolute you know, treasure chest of an elimination.
It's good to see a little bit of diversity in the zones as well. You know, going to get a little bit of greenery, not all of that yellow sand that we're so used to. So, you know, Pink and Anas are going to have to adapt just a little bit to this different type of zone, but it's not too bad of a one, as we have Link here and Default still on this backside of Tilted. You know, kind of get held out now as Storm Surge is going to activate. 81 people left alive, so it's one of the biggest surges we've had so far. And Clement and Floki here on the left side of your screen are on top of multiple players. They're trying to scout out, trying to find something, as Link now goes back down Surge. And they do have a lot of shield though, so there's no reason for them to panic yet. But, you know, they're going back up and down, Shayo.
Yeah, and right now there's going to be a team up top that is going completely down. I just saw Anas go down in the feed. Pink did get a little bit of a trade. That's Vocal fighting on some. Pretty sure that's one of the teams that lands inside covert a little bit and goes back and forth with Joe and Vino. Not exactly sure what's going on there, but it's all up to Pink now. White damage up on top of Vocal, and he's going to go straight for that big finish, 360 surge. So they've been fighting for a long time, a little while. And this time they're gonna have to go straight into the splashes as well. Yeah, Pink is going all in for this one. Oh, Vocal will actually drop down towards the ground. Pink is still looking forward and has a little bit of control, but this time edit on one side. Matt's picked up on the other. He's maxed out on all fronts, and he has chance
to reboot in this situation. So he needs to get this elimination as quickly as he can, because zone is ticking down. There's 4 more seconds to zone, and the longer that you wait on this fight, the longer it is going to be for you to reboot your teammates, and you need to be eliminated. 30 white health, and fortunately for him, that play does get eliminated. But this gets siphoned, and Pink is gone yet again. And you know, the sort of mojo and the flow here is getting disrupted, and now with a different type of zone, this is something, you know, you're gonna get these sort of curveballs thrown at you in Fortnite, and sometimes you're able to adapt, and sometimes it's just gonna be tough.
It's very tough, but I still feel like they have a leg in the race, right? If their kind of history is we either go out without any placement points or we win a game, all they have to do is just stay alive towards an end game, have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, might as well win 2 games and then be eliminated early on into the next game. That's fine, you know. As long as you have the consistency, you know, so far they've been eliminated in 22nd, won 2 games in a row. So this time being eliminated in mid-game. So surely they win the last 2 games of this final as well, Shayo.
Yeah, and how does that change to, in terms of this game for every team? They had a launch pad before they went down, so that's a lot less rotation available for a bunch of people that are going to be on the map. A lot of people like to just reuse these pads, and Pink and Anas are always in one of the best spots to use them for everyone to recycle as well. So that won't be a part of the business so far. And you're going to need launch pads for this next zone, because if you look at it, I don't see an inch of land inside where we're going so far. It'll be the absolute center point of the map, it seems like, right above Tilted, and there's just water. That's all I can see.
I don't know if you're the analyst, Shai, or if I am, but that brings up such a great point. You just sparked my memory here. And there's a strategy that a lot of these players can do. If you remember the outfits of the covert team, right? You know, Ven and Joe, 2 guaranteed launch pads. You have to remember that. If you know what outfit they wear every single game, if you box up right next to them, guess what you get? 2 launch pads for free every single time. So this is sort of a strategy I've seen a lot of people do in solos as well. If you know a team or a player is near a, you know, an airdrop, for example, or a supply drop, you know this player is going to have a guaranteed launch pad, and you're going to have to play right next to them. So that's a very high-level strategy that can come out of some of these players. I don't know how easy it is to remember the outfit of another player, though, because obviously, you know, they're going to be changing this. They're going to be changing those every single game. But you know, it's worthwhile to think about.
Absolutely, and you'll know they'll be on one of the sides of the zone as well, right?
Exactly, north side.
Look towards the north, look towards the west side, even if it is a zone that's kind of like this. The one thing I like about these zones too, I'm a very kind of lore-based individual. I like to make up weird storylines in my head when I'm watching. You end up getting like continents of players and boxes that kind of build their own histories. I feel like everyone coming in from the east side will be fighting a lot more, right? Because the zone is slightly a little bit more northern, so they'll have a lot less there, a lot more chances for a big box dive on the right big bases that are being built. Everywhere around the left, though, that'll be people who are very well off, haven't had to move too much so far. They'll be looking a little bit better on damage. They'll have a controlled game, so you'll see that poverty line kind of split way down right the middle diagonally. Everyone on the top left looking good, the bottom right kind of hungry to see what happens next, and no one is going to be near the center at all. I feel like they might be forced to be in a little bit of a second, but it'll be cool to see if the rich will have to move first on the top left side, or the people who are struggling a little bit more.
I don't know if Benji's still alive or not.
Hookah and Zestin right now, who are low on mats, an inventory slot out, no rotation really. The bottom right will have to keep moving and keep up with the rich of the lobby.
All I know is I do not want to be that team on the bottom left of the map, right? If that zone does not pull to you, all the eyes are going to be on top of your face. And when you launch pad
as well.
Oh, they do actually get a package here. So maybe that, I mean, that is sort of a bittersweet thing, right? Because even if you launch pad in the situation, everyone's going to see that poor little team on the edge of the map ready to launch pad, and that is going to be 3 eliminations for this lobby. 1 more seconds to go, and I'm waiting for it. Oh my goodness, they get it. Somehow they've read the zone. Their brain is bigger than mine, so it doesn't matter. They've got that supply drop. They got zone as well, so those guys are vibing, Shia.
Yeah, more importantly for the rest of the lobby too, the poor will have to move once again. The rich part of the lobby ends up getting 2 care packages as well, 2 airdrops to launch pads. I mean, that's just insane. They get even richer. Now everyone else on the right side, this is where you see surge issues. Vico right now, he's going to be in so much trouble moving forward. Analex is also going through it right above him. Melody in front. Everyone's just kind of boxed out, having trouble. I'm not even sure if anyone survives this rotation.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of inexperience coming out. I believe Vico isn't a player that makes many finals lobbies, right? He's a very competent solo player. Struggled, I think, last week, this week, qualifying to the finals. You know, a little bit of inexperience coming out. He's doing pretty well, 53 points in total. But, you know, sometimes the surge just doesn't go for you, and that's depending on the zone. But, you know, what is going to be good this game is for Benji and Savage, right? This is a very good zone for them. They've struggled with having to move across the map the entire time. And now zone is basically in the backyard, and they have a pretty good spot to set up here, as, you know, with multiple teams here with no launch pads. And this is basically going to be a reverse of what I expected for those teams on the island, as there's going to be multiple eyes on you. And Vico, unfortunately, you don't ever want to shoot the players right in front of you, because, you know, those guys are going to turn back. You're going to make so much noise, and everyone's going to realize that you're there. But he was put into such a difficult position, needed that surge, so had no choice but to shoot, and he gets eliminated there in 26th place. But it's eerily quiet, Shayo. I feel like, oh, never mind, there's an SMG.
Always rely on it to have a little bit of a rattle. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. What people don't want to do right now is make anyone mad. There is no insurance in this zone whatsoever. You end up making a mistake and you need to move, especially if the zone is this low, this squished down. You're in the water right now, so everyone's just biding their time, waiting for the next zone to come in. And yeah, the cruise is over. You kind of go straight over towards land, get overboard, get right back into the brass tacks of Fortnite. They're going to be going right off the water. This is good for a majority of teams. The issue is, I'm looking at a little bit of a ramp. And, like, you know, if you're doing an incline walk for 40 minutes, your legs get tired. Right now, it's not muscles that are going to be strained for a lot of teams. It'll be their mats. Moving upwards, especially from a low ground position, you're going to have the sickest possible builds. And at the same time, everyone on the right side, there's not too many launch pads here either. It's going to be tough for them to move. Some people already low on HP, even setting in chat picks uncharacteristically when inventory stock is completely down, surge down as well. They have to move. They're swimming. They're desperate. This just looks like trouble.
I'm very curious to see who takes over high ground in this first movement, right? We have Pink and Anas dominating in that second to third moving zone now, but they're not in this game anymore. So I'm very curious to see who wants to go up for it. And I have a feeling it might be Benji and Savage trying to go up for it, because they have a very close by zone. They're going to have a higher average material count compared to the lobby. So hopefully we'll see some action on height here.
Wait, Benji's still alive?
On height, survival on low though. Somehow Hookah and Zestin still alive. The last duo in and the first one out. Talk about produce rules. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're still moving in. 116 below. Hookah hanging on by a thread. They have to find one shot in a box somewhere. Anything. A possibility. A crevice. A crack. No, nothing. They have one wall claim. A little bit of damage traded, but it's only on towards them. Hookah now down to 1 HP.
Oh yeah, they are still alive.
On the left side, they're deleted, and we go back.
Except Benji's dead.
No Benji. Just one man with a mission. Absolutely catastrophic in terms of a position to try to take back first, but there's a chance there. 4 Elims to see what they can do. On the other side, Vino and Joe, you're asking Boop who has height. It's the covert duo themselves, and they're not hiding anymore. They're ready to play.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, right? These guys had the most launch pads in the lobby. They have those Spider-Man gauntlets as well. They are the most aggressive duo in the lobby, and with that high fire rate golden SMG there, the second highest can be a little bit scared. But Savage here, this is the guy that you want in your corner to be clutching up, right? One of the best solo players in the game right now, has so much experience, has the biggest brain in solos, and with a Spider-Man in his hand, I think there's a good chance he clutches up here. And those crucial... Whoa!
What?
Whoa, no!
No!
What have I just said?
The pad?
Oh, he's back. Okay.
How is that even possible? They got booted by one of the webs that's there, and then actually just adjusts in midair like Spider-Man himself, and then finds a pad. Only Savage gets into situations like that and stays alive.
How does this keep happening, Shayo? How does it keep happening every single time I say something nice, they just get destroyed by something random? But Ju here, surely it doesn't happen to Ju, right? 3 eliminations, he has 7 builds. The zone is going to pull slightly back, so he's going to be a little bit careful. But Savage here finds another shot on another player. He's going to play this very slowly. He's not going to jump
Come on, Savage.
He's going to take and buy this time if he finds Slowway there. That's probably only going to give him Cypher materials in this position, but that's good enough. He does have those armored walls still to set himself up, though. There you go. 22 builds in total.
Savage!
Get held out, and he's stuck below this mountain now. Now it's it's all about survival now against Stormrat and Kiriachi. Those armored walls coming greatly into effect. Those gonna be able to hold out, but there's another web there, Shayo.
What? He just keeps getting booped up. This is crazy. Webs that shouldn't even exist. But Savage makes it happen. Now his mats are out. Needs to find a shot in the pick, but it's not gonna be possible. It's a dip inside the zone.
No!
He's got an absolute haircut to the high
Savage!
ground, though. That's gone, and now it's up to T-Chips and his teammate are still to kind of take that lead.
Savage!
Hard find up top, and this time him and Nova have finally seen an end game. They don't want to go down now. They're trying to rain a few shots up top, keep that pressure up. It's not going to be enough. So far, they go for a few more beams, but it's blocked by T-Chip down below. There's still one more team that's in the mix. Ju finally down, and now it's a 2v2.
You gotta be careful though, there's that massive log in the middle of this end game, and you cannot build around it, so they maneuver themselves around to the left side, and Heart's gonna 11 eliminations in total.
Oh, they got first place.
Damn it. On 5
I don't want them to win, I want
running
Benji to win. But now Benji's dead.
And I don't think there's much you can do in this position here. It's all about biding your time. You gotta be very passive, you gotta be a little bit careful, but I feel like they could spray their SMGs just a little bit more, Shayo.
Absolutely, the final drop down's in. It's an absolute all in. That finds a flush all the way on low ground. That's what I'm talking about. What a breakdown. They keep it simple.
You should have had a highlight of Mr. Savage.
That's what we like to see, and that's what we expect from that duo on height. Crazy though that so many different teams hogged up all those eliminations, and Savage with a clutch all the way in the top 10. That you don't see every day.
Yeah, these zones are so brutal.
It's about to be round 5. One more round, and then we're going on
low. And you know, the team that does the most eliminations in total, those are the ones who are going to have the height going into that final moving zone, and they're going to have more of those times.
We're going to do some challenges. I felt like doing challenges after this.
And that's a free win there for Hardfine. And with that big elimination win, that's going to boost them all the way up on the leaderboard here.
Absolutely. I want to see exactly what that leaderboard looks like, but also what Zeke, Levin, and Reese think about that game.
Shayo, I don't know what's happening over here, okay? I keep assuming I think I know what's going to happen, and I keep assuming we've met the toppest high here of the competition in Qualifier 2, and then some other duo rises to the occasion and says, hold on, Zeke, you should be paying attention to us too. But it was 2 separate teams, Ardskill and his duo mate coming in second place, who now seem to have overtaken that #1 spot. And then on the other side, Hardfine and Nova, 13 eliminations in game number 4.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. Shout out to my guy, Coach Harry. I know he's been doing some work with Hardfine. Clearly, it's paying off. They were able to get the dub here. But look, Brute, spot on there, right? This zone was eventually going to come. You know, it always comes at some point, but it's so shambles for a lot of the teams. It's very, very hard to deal with.
Really.
But props to Ardskill doing because they've been very, very consistent over the course of the games.
Yeah, they've been absolutely popping off. Like game after game after game, getting deep into end game, seconds, first, whatever it is, they are up deep in there. But we got to give props to Mr. Savage. Let's be real. Yeah. He was down in 5th, and that solo clutch was 30 points by himself, by the way. 30 points to manage to fly them up, which was absolutely huge. It was unfortunate to see Benji go down to the back of the zone. A rough first moving indeed.
So that's how Benji died.
Kind of thing Mr. Savage is absolutely known for. I said at the top of the show that Mr. Savage is in his perfect form. He's in his final form, may I say, at this particular moment. Every single time you watch him, it is a highlight reel. And that gameplay that we just saw from him, the bouncing off of the webs, the utilization of the Spider-Man's web shooters to recover from being deep out inside the zone on multiple occasions. Woo! Absolutely big-brained, and it's just what Mr. Savage is all about.
Yeah, man, the ability to just sort of stagger your rotations with the Spider-Man, sit behind, look for everyone to get ahead of you, and then you just sort of web your way in. And then, of course, when you're hitting shots like that onto Slowway, goodbye, good night. Yeah, Savage is on one today. And look, people call him one of the greatest solo players ever. And it's not an exaggeration. No! He just thrives. He can just get into that
2 minutes left.
Get into, remember some of the show talking about snapping it on, right? He is just on point. Mr. Savage, man, what a player. Can't wait to see where they are now in the standings after that clutch.
Well, let's take a look together. Let's see how things are going, Levin. Remember, that was game number 4. We still have 2 games left to go, and we want to try and make it in that top 8 if we look to auto-qualify going to finals 2 weeks from today. Right now, Kinzel Deceptos in 9th place, knocking on that door, right? Trying to make it in. But once
Benji,
again,
number 2. All right. Benji and Savage are kind of getting there.
If I say your name wrong, Art Skill as well, 143 points. Now, once
Let's
again,
go, Benji.
That clutch, that solo
Benji
clutch
and
back. We
Mr. Savage has
last year, and we're seeing it here
132
once again, right? Mr. Savage,
points.
he didn't necessarily get the victory out. He didn't get a ton of eliminations,
but
what he needed to do was secure that top 5, right? Because those points.
Number 1 has 143 points altogether.
Yeah, and look, I'll be real. I said at the start of the show I was predicting them because of the hope, but this is going beyond hope now, right? This is a real possibility coming into these last 2 games, and you know, I hope they can sort of hold on to this. I hope there's no choking involved whatsoever, because everything is setting up well for them. Of course, we talked about their POI tilt. It's a great spot. Don't have to worry about the zone variation too much. So as long as they can stay how they've played so far, hopefully they will be in that top 8 by the end.
Yeah, remember I said the qualification threshold was 132 points last week? Well, guess what? Or qualifier 1, they're already on 132 now. But in first before this was Pink and Anas. They were in that first place slot. We saw them now drop down to 6th place just from losing out in that 1 game, right?
That's right. I can't. It's coming down to the wire here. You know, with 2 games left, some duo is going to turn this entire qualifier to on its and shake things, dude. It was.
This was so rough because he doesn't get the siphon because I think Vino in the distance gets the elimination and steals it away.
He lost the crown!
Maybe survived that, but he just barely missed on the elimination. You hate to see that kind of thing, man.
It's rough, man. Sometimes it just be like that. It's Fortnite. Some things will happen. Duels will rise and others will fall. But you guys heard that battle bus, which means we're getting ready to jump aboard once again. 2 more games before we wrap up the day in Europe. So for now, let's send it back on over with Boop and Shy Wager for game number 5.
Yep, 1 more game. 1 more game after number 5.
Game number 5. This is where, if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, it's time to rise up. You only have 1 more chance to get your name into the pot before it gets pulled on that final tally on the leaderboard. If you're on top of that ladder, it's time to play defense. That's T-Chips, Art Skill, that's Benji and Mr. Savage, PKR, Mappy, bunch of teams that are there past that 100 points.
I wish me and my other friend would play this, but he want to do this.
It's pretty easy still. You can still do 2 games. The point difference between that top 8 position and about 20th place is about 30 points. So basically 1 victory royale will put yourself up there. So it is still everything to play for. And everyone at the top, you can't get too comfortable unless your name is T-Chips and Art Skill, because you can still be knocked out of that top 8 as we go back to the absolute.
Oh my god, already?
And
they just landed and now they're dead. Oh my god.
They get eliminated. Swilliam and Lecce, you know, finally winning it out again. I think they're doing a little bit better compared to last week, which is, you know, it's always good to see improvement from them. We always love to see Lecce on top, Shayo.
Absolutely. I feel like I have like a morning routine now with these games as well. I got to start watching Floki and Clement get bopped. More action on Chonkers until we move on past that as well. But
okay, only
across,
1 team
all the regions we're looking at right now.
Chonkers, Booga and Maros finished top 8 in qualifier 1.
The next portion of the competition. That might just change a little bit.
Where's
inside
Booga?
Semifinals, we'll see exactly what brings down before these qualifiers right now. It is very difficult to kind of get out of here and claim the spot entirely.
Yeah, I wonder if Booga and Miro were uncon in Chonkers. I'm not too sure about that, but in EU there are so many teams at Chonkers, so that statistic makes a lot of sense, right? Everyone's a piece of those coolers, and you know, if that happened, then obviously the teams that are landing there aren't going to do that well, because they're all trying to fight out for that loot. Lecce here with that nice little heavy shotgun popping through, and that is Floki and Clement's game done very, very swiftly.
Wow, okay, so Gore's also rolling in. Stena and Rayad taking out a team that's also very defensive off of spawn, especially
they're at tilted again. Yay!
You don't usually see that every single game from them, so the aggression on the north side is still really reigning forward. The question is, what do things look like now? But we're talking about patterns, maybe getting aggressive a little bit too early on inside these games. Is game 4 a good time to chomp down on the duo that's contesting you? Benji and Savage thought so, and right now that might be trouble for them because the Deceptos and Kinzel, they might clap back.
Yeah, I think Game 5, I mean, obviously Kindred Deceptors, they could be very emotional about
pick
this.
that
Right? They
Zephyr
could try to
back
fight
up.
back towards Benji and Savage, but these guys, I don't think that's within them. I don't think they need to do that. They're in 9th place right now. If they were a little bit further behind, I feel like they wouldn't make more drastic decisions in that
Who's in
position.
9th place,
But being
Benji?
just off that edge, that has to do something to you psychologically. You have to feel that pressure to not mess up in the early game, so there's no point to push out this IO.
Absolutely, you want to just stay secure, and I'm liking that pattern as well from Pink, Anas, and every team at Covert Cavern this game as well. It's really fun to watch though, because one slip up there on the mountain, you're straight up into another duel's box, and those are some high-placing teams right now. Pink and Anas in 6th overall. Mustache Malabuka, I mean, I expected a few greater things today overall, but it looks like Camp Cuddle has been a little bit of a problem for them to get out of. This off-spawn contestation, it's sticky, it's lasting longer today as well, and then on the back end of it, Mustache once again, shield crack, has to walk back to Malabuka. They split up that shield, they're ready to go again, but the pressure's on.
Yeah, and these guys have been haunting them for such a long time. Every single practice session, every single duo cash cup, the boys, Smeki and Gabix, the Italians, they are there haunting them. And you know, you would expect Malabuka and Mustache to do, you know, much better in these spawn fights, but I feel like a lot of the strengths come from the late game, right? They have the best clutches in late game, but the early game fights sort of not going their way, unfortunately. You know, they don't have the material to sort of play the sort of play style. And now, you know, looking at the point, that reflects it. 44 points in total while being contested. Definitely tough. You know, I think they have their issues with Sturge in these stack lobbies. I think it is sort of a blessing in disguise sometimes to be contested, especially when you're such an aggressive and strong fighting duo. But today, that opportunity just hasn't presented itself.
It's very, very tough, and it just kind of gives me a little bit of a flashback, some reminiscence of Steamy Stacks, right? But even over there, they can just bunker down in brick and metal. It's very hard to break through walls, farm, and get found out. Over here, the lodge is all just wood, and it can get set ablaze at any time. Big sprays will jump up and down from his opponents. Mustache can't find the finishing shot. Now Malabuka is hung out to dry by himself. They've taken high ground somehow. This entire fight is flipped on its head, but it's also reset because there's lots of chug splashes down below. That team now fully healed, ready to go. And Malabuka, he's feeling the pain from all of this. Barely any mats, barely any shields, just hanging on by a thread. Tyzon's the one that's creeping up from the left.
I think tomorrow is the semi game, I think.
Where is Mustache? There is no help. He's been kind of just evaded the entire time. Tyzon and Shmeki have the God movement, and yeah, there's a little bit of peering in from the windows, but that little bit of shopping might not be enough. You need to get in there, make some transactions, get some damage down. You can't just look at the clothes right from the outside. This is just tough for this team.
Yeah, and I think Mustache tried to play it a little bit smart. He's right. He had that high ground advantage in his early game fights. You really want to stay on top of high ground. You want to whittle down your opponent's materials. He made that big push to go for his high ground, but Malabuka was sort of stuck down below there. You can get some advantages on high ground, but you know, if your teammate's not there, then it's not going to work out for you. As Mustache now, with those 6 builds, tries to go back down, but he is such a tough spot. And these guys are unrelenting with this Stinger spray. 2 more builds left in total. He's able to run through the maze though, surviving a little bit longer, but I don't see any chance he can survive this.
This is why you practice all those edits. He's been given about 3 or 4 very good timed pump shots. Somehow he's still making this an absolute big cost of time for Tyzon to clasp down on, but there was almost a possibility there for a 1v2. He had about 3 or 4 shots that he could have hit a bit harder and made it a 1v1. Unfortunately, with all the pressure there, with a teammate down, with game 5 on the line, with the contestation and the SMGs spraying in your brain, it's tough to have that reaction.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried for Malabuka and Mercers, right? I think they are basically guaranteed to be qualified to the semifinals or the heats. But
semi-final, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm always thinking about semi-auto.
You're going to be meeting up with these guys every single time, right? So if you're not winning these spawn fights, then I don't know exactly how you're going to be able to qualify to the finals, because you're not going to be consistent. You're not going to be winning games either. So we might not see a grand final with Malabuka and Mercers, and that scares me a little bit.
Bro, they pumped the tire again!
They need to be there. I feel like the one way you can do it is just not be in the same heat as the people that are contesting you. And like one big thing too, when it comes to, you know, the qualifiers to semis right before finals storylines, is sometimes spots open up, right? People are already qualified. You might be able to move your drop spot, go somewhere else, qualify, and then come back. Those questions though are not on the mind of Jeff and Keandro right now. They're focused on surviving this fight in front of them, and that focus might be faltered by pump shots left and right. A big one there though with a trade. He goes for the finish and doesn't get those Elam points. The 3 that he might desperately need are not going to be there. Kiko and Mosh finally win a fight.
But they're getting chopped out now. He does use those Spider-Man though to get off of it, but Mosh not so fortunate. They're breaking his legs, I believe, as Kylie now trying to push up towards them as well. And Marsh and Kiko, they seem red in the eyes. You know, they're trying to push every single team nearby them. And I think it's sort of a reaction to being contested on spawn in Joneses, right? Again, they're trying to chase that team from Joneses away from them. But every time they're running into a different sort of team, not the ones that they're looking for, and they run into Kylie and Fastroki. I mean, Jeff doesn't even land in Joneses either, I believe. So unfortunately, the game's sort of being thrown away. But maybe this is, again, a push for Alpha in the drop spot, maybe for Heat, for something else, who knows, because for finals, it's not working out.
Come on, Kiko!
Not at all, and right now it's unfortunate too for Fastroki and Kylie. The longer this fight lasts, the less resources, the less loot they gain overall from actually finishing it. Kiko already wasted 2 launch pads, 4 Spider-Man charges. He's trying to run through those chunk splashes as well. They need to finish this fight immediately. Try to get at least a little bit out of this.
Storm's coming! Run!
Kiko might clap back. He has the potential. He blocked off 2 different sight lines and hit a nice shot. Very good trade. That should be possible, but he's not on that wall. A nice little triangle edit with a big shot in from Fastroki. They finally clasp it down.
Yep, that was a little bit too easy. It didn't take that long, so fortunately Kiko not going to be able to live there, as we have another player just getting jumped in on the box by Kaizen there, also near those islands. And you know, it's kind of quiet now. 74 players left alive now.
I'm going to change my emote real quick.
A little bit more aggressively yet again, and we might even get second zone surge here, because I think people are jumping into the boxes.
One of the mindsets around Game 5, Boot, for a lot of teams that are rolling in that might be around, let's say, 20th, 15th place, like 10, 20 points.
I think Drake,
you turn on the gas now,
I think Drake had too much popcorn right now.
Strats, or do you keep it consistent?
I think it's entirely dependent on your playstyle, right? Like, in theory, the math is there. 2 good end games, 2 top 10s or 2 top 5s. That should be enough if you're in the top 20 to top 15 range in order to qualify top 8. But you have to think about it. If they weren't able to do that in games 1 to 4, then doing it when the pressure is on in game 5 to 6 probably just isn't possible. So people sort of go back towards the animalistic sort of, you know, the animalistic sort of
we're saying till game
boxes.
6.
Like I mentioned before, if you have a coach who, you know, helps you practice, you do things a certain way in practice, but you're so used to playing another playstyle, it's just easier to revert to that playstyle rather than, you know, keeping your cool. And as I say that, Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, a very passive duo who I thought would keep the cool, jump in the box there and get another elimination, but it is not Benji and Savage, luckily.
Yeah, I was about to get worried too. I thought it might have been Benji and Savage. You talk about those animalistic type tendencies going towards your natural. I feel like Deceptos and Ginzel, one of the 2 players, no matter what team they're a part on, love setting traps. We haven't seen them do that much. They're here now in Game 5. They finally did set it up. Get one of the eliminations. We're talking about Benji Savage. Benji in trouble. Kinzel actually going down. They're finally actually clashing, going for the trade, and the finish comes through. Benji ends up staying alive. Kinzel is down. They like laying
Benji?
traps. One thing about laying those traps, you have to put yourself out there. You have to put your team on the line in weird positions. And yes, they pick apart one team, but now the big legends of EU come rivaling in and take.
You gotta be well hidden, and they were not well hidden. Everyone knew that they were fighting, and yet again, this goes back towards Tilted Towers, right? That being a super deep drop spot, a lot of mountains nearby, so much potential for third party, so much potential for players to be in there. And maybe they thought that was Benji and Savage that they were trying to push in, but they got the wrong team, and Benji and Savage, they capitalized on that situation.
Yeah, and Tilt is just one of those spots that also evolves, right? You see a spot like, I don't know, Shifty Shafts, it never really changes in the way people interact with it. People don't go in there as like a refresher type of POI. They don't go in there to stay there for a while. For Tilted, yeah, it's a drop spot in the beginning, but after that, it becomes a central hub for everyone to come in between. You can't lay traps in there and be all, you know, lazy-daisy while you're moving around. Things can get bad, and that's exactly
135.
It was
points.
Close there, though, Shai. It was so close.
136 points.
HP there
Sorry.
in replay, but unfortunately, therefore, Kinzo was not able to get through. But Deceptos, he's going to continue on to lay the trap. He's now fully pieced up, stuck between 2 big boys, and unfortunately, he's not bigger than them, and he gets eliminated in that position. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do what Kinzo did to him twice last game, disappointing his teammate, unfortunately. But, you know, it's just another day in the office here for Benji and Savage, as they're up to 132 points today. Absolutely ridiculous gameplay from them. And, you know, if they make it to the finals this time, I think it's going to be a good stuff. It's going to be a weird spot for them because, you know, DKS and Bad Sniper are already in the finals, right? Remember that. So they're going to have this, but times 10 in the finals, because this DKS and Bad Sniper, they don't care. They want to contest Tilted every single time.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if that contestation will actually end up having them clash completely, right? Because we just saw from today, there has been a little bit of that, you know, spinning top in a bowl type battle. They end up chipping away at each other over and over again and then spin out of control. They're not all in each other completely.
Yeah.
Even though I'm liking the way he gets all aggressive in any team that he comes up against. Chavix and Seti, though, what's going on with them today? 9th place overall. It doesn't seem like an overall 9th place result that we see from them game after game, but Seti has had a few good clutches. I'm waiting for what I like to see out of this team group, the duo dynamics, not just the solo clutching, right? Because we know both teammates can do it. I want to see that synergy.
Yeah, they sort of haven't been able to put everything together, right? If you take a look at the last few placements, 7th place, 17th place, 12th place, and 11th place, they're sort of hovering around that top 10 range and not fully making it to that final moving zone. So there's some core issues there for them. Maybe they're not able to get the impact frags that they want. Maybe it's the zones that are playing for them. But having an uncontested job spot, you expect them to do a little bit better, but you know, the Survivor right now, they're sort of around that area, and with the Deceptos and Kinzo going down, they are right there in 10th place. You know, 2 points is the difference between them and Kinzo and Deceptos, so this is a good start for them to sort of catch up in this last half of this final here, as they do have this fast car coming through, and it's another different type of zone, now near Kami split, but no Kami this time in this final.
Yeah, it's going to be Seti rolling in for the moment right now, but they'll be able to see them very soon when it comes towards those finals. It's also so difficult to not say Cammy's name or Teeks when you say Seti's. I'm still trying to get over that aspect. Also weird too, why isn't it ever going to be called the Seti or Teeks split, man? It's always the Cammy split, you know what I mean? But I think we talked about that last week as well.
I mean, you gotta... Kami, he is the innovator, right? Seti, he might be the leader in the duo, but Kami is the innovator, and he sort of finds out these spots. Surprisingly enough, the Castri and Vortexia actually doing super well. We've seen them, I think, 2 games out of the 4 games that we've watched so far being below Surge, but somehow these guys have been able to recoup this final, and 11th place for them is looking very promising. And right there, right beside them, is Joe and Venner, also on 89 points, very close by. So them doing well with a Covert Canyon team is honestly quite impressive, Shayo, because I feel like the Covert Canyon team has all of the advantages on the map to do well in this final, but so far, Joe and Venner sort of been bullied from the teams outside of it, teams sort of prodding and poking at them, and you know, it's just the nature of that job spot. You know, they were contested, I think, by 3 other teams in the last final, and that sort of helped them out get those early elimination points. That sort of boosts up their stats just a little bit, gives them extra surge as well. But when you're on just so much to loot in that area, and maybe there's such a thing in Fortnite as too much loot, right? You want to loot everything. You want this, you want that. And that's going to mess up your timings as well. We saw that with Benji and Savage, that other game as well. They try to loot too much, it's going to mess up your positioning. And maybe that's what's happening there for Vino and Joe here.
Absolutely. The thing with them, like, you're just correct on that, right on the nose. They spend so much time inside that Vocal and Payna and Nas and Pink. They end up taking so much control around them. They have tough times getting out of there after that as well around Covert. Then you have that entire Camp Cuddle, you know, beef going on. They have to walk through as well. You have Senna and Rayed sometimes who are alive. Naku as well. Could actually Stormy right. They have to walk through sometimes too. So they have to be very careful off that early game. It feels like with the way zones are going, with the way the pace of the game is going in EU specifically for this round in qualifiers, getting out earlier is a lot better. Getting control of the map just allows you to play. We're talking about Cammy just a moment ago.
I don't know what's
Cammy
going on with this person.
Right? The way they just move over to Tilted Hills, have a complete reign on their game. They look calm. When I look at Joe and Vino, I always sense a sense of a little bit of panic. You know what I mean? They're always
Bro, I don't even know if they're a girl or a guy. I don't know.
Yeah, and it comes all down to preparation, right? A lot of players, they seem to think that you need to, you know, make the decisions in-game, right? Oh, this zone shows up, okay, this is what we're going to do. But for sure, I know Cammy T, they probably know exactly what to do in every single type of zone situation. And Venom and Joe here, I don't feel like they're the type of dude to sort of prepare. They're more like butting their heads at a wall and then seeing if it breaks. And then most of the times it does break, and they're able to play aggressive and find those sort of cracks in those walls to find those points. But, you know, in a final situation, it's very tough to be consistent. And with every single zone, you know, we've had a top right, so we've had a bottom left zone. We've had so much variety in these zones. And now this zone, yet again, a very tough zone to sort of play because of the open sort of planes. It's going to be very hard for you to rotate, and zone actually does pull towards that gas station side. So there's going to be one big central team on top of that gas station. Everyone's sort of going to be outside on the outskirts, and you have to use so many materials in order to get into the zone because there's not that many hills to block out your line of sight. And, you know, if you're the last team to rotate here, it's going to be so scary for you, Shayo.
Absolutely. Joe and Vino are one of those final teams rotating, and who's watching them like hawks right now, looking at the mice running through the field. It's Pink and Anas up top on a hill, but they're not going to strike just yet. The talons aren't going to be outstretched. Joe and Vino will be able to move around a little bit. Look at Pink and Anas actually adjusting, going slightly more south, looking to maybe block them. No, they're actually going around the hill, and it's Joe that ends up striking first. You talked about not shooting people on rotation. Joe gets a little bit cheeky with it and gets a few free shots in. Sometimes you get those opportunities, but I bet you that Pink will remember that, and now they have this duo on their sightlines permanently for this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to remember that team that sort of beefed you. And there you go. Another team puts a shot in the face of Joe. And this is what I mean, though. Pink and Anas, I feel like Joe and Venom probably shouldn't have shot at them there, because if Pink and Anas did not see them on their rotate, they could have just followed suit right behind them. But now they're forced to use a launch pad because there's so much players on this southern edge is holding them out. And Pink and Anas, look, on the bottom right, they've made it in for free, right? They've made that rotate easily. They were able to hold out the other team, and that might have a bigger effect than you think, Yushayo, because that is the other high-ground team in this lobby, right? We saw Joe and Venom on height into that second and first moving zone. So if they eliminate the other high team in this lobby, we might see another win here for Pink and Anas. Maybe that streak continues. You know, one bad game, two victory outs, sorry, another bad game, and then another 2 victory outs. Who knows?
Could be the wave. I see Chapix and Seti, though, inside this game. You're talking about not too many hype teams alive all the time. I know that Chapix loves to stay high and dry completely every time he's playing this game, no matter the mode, no matter the meta. So that might be a thing. It all depends on who gets this next zone. And as the circle closes in, it's not going to be Seti and Chapix. And just like they didn't get zone, Seti does not get a good trade there either. Completely deleted on shield as it comes in. Some players we're not going to be seeing so far are going to be Vortexia, Naku, Drawn, a bunch of people who are not making this squish when this fourth zone comes in. The pressure too much to handle. Cassidy getting traded as well. Benji getting a refresh, a very good sign for this moment. But who is every team looking at to face, to dethrone, to pass by inside the top 8 when it comes to actually fighting for those bragging rights? Because all those guys are pretty much almost already qualified. It's 4 chips and our wins. We're having this incognito type run. It's
incognito mode.
Royale's really, outstanding, fully attached to it. They're still looking really good as they walk in. A second place to start off the day and a second place in the previous game. They're almost there on that win, but they're
9 wins.
So mighty fine throughout this day.
And this is now again a result of that sort of delayed rotate for Pink and Anas that managed to make it in. But you had a very good point there. I mean, 2 teams out of the top 14
strange. Nathan is more bigger than
this game. Kinzo and Deceptos, and then Neilu and Flixie. Those guys are done in game number 5. So it gives you some room here to catch up for these players. And you got to make every single game count here as we have some teams flying across, as Chapix gets eliminated and Janice as well. And Janice just haven't had the best of games today. I believe Seti's managed to make it in, but not without his teammate, unfortunately. And you know, this is going to be a very interesting zone to play through, because unlike the desert zones we've seen before with a lot of hills, a lot of sort of buildings in there, there's not much to connect to in this zone. It's very flat, and if the zone pulls south, then it's very good for the high teams, but it pulls north, you're going to have vest so many materials in order to keep that high ground.
Absolutely. Want to make sure you're in the best positions to be able to translate those positions into points. But what is the context? What are we watching for right now? Obviously, it's top 8, but you can't really end up seeing that right now. Seti, Chapix, 9th place overall. Bottom left, you can see it. The points, 95. They want to get to about 110 by the end of this game, but once again, it's just Seti with the clutch. If they get closer to 120 as well, that's going to be huge. A placement point ticking in, 96 for Seti overall right now. The elims will be worth 3 each. What he wants to do is just get into the top 8, maybe get in the 7th, 6th place overall. Will be a good spot to be at, because you don't want to be right on the line. But that's going to be a big task, because it's just him. And yeah, he can pull a little bit of loot with those webs, but now it's all about going all in. He has the zone. It pulls towards him. He should be ahead of Surge. Right above him is that first place team. They'll be playing passive, so that's very good for Seti. Just keep rocking. He might be able to just follow them. Meanwhile, everyone else is looking to maintain that 120-point line, stay ahead of it. And Austin Pink, not fully qualified just yet, but this game might solidify that.
Yeah, and this is sort of a result of them using that launchpad early on that other rotate. Like I said, this is such a tough zone to rotate because of the open plains, and that, you know, that's going to be translated for this first moving here. Pink and Anas have to go through that Loga, but Seti, in the meantime, stuck between multiple players, able to hold out somehow, fully pieced that opponent, and he is gone. See you later. Spider-Man's away, and he should be able to survive this, but he's still 111 below Surge now. He gets
Get out of the way!
And this is the
I can't see!
Launchpad starting halfway through, and now into the static zone. They're going to be looking back towards low ground, because this isn't a water zone. This is a flat zone, and there's going to be people on low ground that you can eliminate for free, and Seti's going to be one of those players. Still 200 below Surge here, trying to traverse through this. The Spider-Man is saving his life just a little bit. He has those heals to survive, though, but 5 more players need to be eliminated, and Pink and Nasta also in the trouble here. Also below Surge, but they tick back up, luckily for them, and here comes the Chug Splashes, and this is what I mentioned before, there's Chug Splashes for height, and there's no one on high ground, actually, and all of the high ground teams are, I think, out of this lobby. I think Venno and Joe, they were very, very scuffed going into this rotate because Pink and Nasta held them out, and this is what I mean, Shayo. This is a butterfly effect. They held Venno and his duo out very early on into half and half, and now they're the only aggressive height team now progressing into the second moving.
Hey, you called it, Boop. It's all about having maybe one rocky game and then going for another back-to-back for Pink and Anas. They're right there, but Seti is still keeping the dream alive. 12 HP, he can barely even dip into the zone. He has a little bit of shield to work with too, but heavy shotgun shot, a rattle of an SMG should just delete that in just a second. He has to play defense perfectly. 4 match, 2 match, 1, and almost done. Now he just has one more ramp to place. It's not going to be enough, but he has enough to get past that 100-point threshold. 138 for an awesome Pink, though. They're in a different complete dimension, a different hemisphere. They're literally all the way up inside the skies, and they're making it look like they're playing the same game over and over again. Randomly walk up on height and beam everyone else down below.
Yeah, but the problem is the zone does not pull back now to this 8th moving zone, so they
don't know me. They're just
people are
crouching
going
on
for
me.
them, so they're going to be delaying
they can't hear me.
But they have teams below them, and if there's teams aware, and they can be a little bit dangerous though, but Kyriachi and Storm right here, they do find more elimination on this backside of zone. That's going to give them Siphon, but now back to 0 as they hold back out, and they got to be careful now.
Absolutely, Kyriachi actually ends up interrupting that high ground take, and then Stormy right that takes the
other
50% of it. Pink and Anas are down. Kyriachi at 116 points will look to take away their place on the leaderboard and maybe even get closer to the lead. This might be a qualifying run for them. A victory royale here might solidify their spot inside the finals of this dual FNCS.
Back to the lane down.
Not actually going for it at all. They just
Benji did die.
And make sure no one comes up. Look at the beams, the spray from Kyriachi. This man is finally awake and ready to get
I can't stand these people.
You notice 360 degrees. He's
I'm watching this.
Like
I'm watching this, and there's people near me.
Right, have absolute control.
I'm gonna add this person though.
Guys, and all the way down on low ground. They have to stay secure.
Yeah, and there's a lot of very good duos in this endgame, right? A lot of faces we haven't seen before, but one we have seen a lot is Hookah here. 150 points, 4 eliminations, but unfortunately he runs into a full duo on that low ground as we go into a 2v2v1 situation. Link,
run away.
Now with one more build, he's sneaking his way through, needs to be a little bit careful. There's a rock there right above him that's going to provide him a little bit of cover. He's going to drop down there, and they don't know. The tracking is good, but unfortunately not good enough, and that's only good for the high ground team here, Shayo.
Absolutely, a good interruption though. Now it'll be a 1v2 disaster for Kaizen. Absolute glory for the team that retook height. Kyriachi, Stormy right. They won an FNCS. They won a game here too as well. That's what I'm talking about. Make that game 5 look so good. A retake. We have not seen that today. It's been too free for Pink, and Kyriachi finally comes in with Stormy right and adds a cost.
Yeah, unfortunately not a zone pullback, right? I think if the zone did pull back in the situation, it would have been a guaranteed win for Pink and Anas, you know, as we saw in those other games that they did win. But this time it didn't pull back, and sometimes, you know, things don't go your way. You just got to be lucky sometimes. But Kyriachi and Stormride were deadly on this high ground. And
you're making me miss this shit.
For them. And, you know, that bodes very well for them because all you need is those games to catch up. And this is a very good spot for them.
Absolutely. I want to see what the desk makes of that one, because if this is a team that's rolling in and looking good, I can't imagine what the rest of the board looks like.
Let's take a look together. Shia Wager, I appreciate that you had your comb in hand. You're making sure the hair looks good. I appreciate that. Always looking good as possible. My goodness, Stormy Wright, Kyriachi, they come into that game at 13th place.
One more game, and then we're going on to solos.
They are now looking to contest into that top 8 for sure. I mean, Levin, I'm not surprised by any means, but what I am happy to see is them finally having this game, because they are a duo that are capable of putting up performances like this, but it's not as consistent as it needs to be.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, these guys, like we mentioned at the top of the show, they're sort of just taking the season as it goes along. And at every moment when people sort of doubt their ability to move forward and keep on getting better, they do just prove people that they can. And this is what you get with elite players. Kiriash, if you ever thinking about quitting Fortnite, please don't, right? We need to see you continue to pop off in end games, man, because the talent is still quite obviously there. And if they go into this last game with the right mindset and actually have a good game and retain a spot,
made a friend.
FNCS could get long for some teams.
I mean, I think they only need a couple more points now. I think they're up to 132, if I saw correctly there. They had 79 before that, and then that elimination game that they got, 53 additional points. So they nearly just got all the 4 games points before that in a single match. And like, Kiriachi himself has been an incredible duo player all the way since Chapter 2, Season 2. Probably before that. I don't know even that far back at that point, but even since then, always been super deadly, was always capable of stuff like this. And when he's teamed up with Stormurite, we've seen it succeed in the past. FNCS champions, like you mentioned. Here we go. This could just be a run for the FNCS finals.
That's right. We can't forget, of course, Anas and Pink. I just don't know how they continue to have that high ground, right? It doesn't matter who's up there. They just know when it's time to execute, when it's time to move on over, they're ready to engage. And I mean, especially in this game, they struggled, right? They struggled here in the early game, and then they just completely changed the game. They're like, look, we need to find eliminations. We need to go for height. We know what we need to do to win. Let's just do it, Levin.
Yeah, honestly, you know, Group made a great call, right? They really were unfortunate in terms of the zones here, right? In terms of just not being able to have the zone pull back on them, it just meant that they were so shambles. And honestly, man, as much as I'm sure they would have wished they could have a better game, again, they've shown in multiple games now, they are the only real elite high ground team. Coming into this last game, everything's setting up for them to be able to close it out and secure themselves in that top 8.
Hands down. Realistically, what's interesting is the fact they got sprayed out by Kiriachi and Stormurite, who obviously ended up winning the game, but they also had no mats. It was like no mats versus no mats. If they kind of funneled that a little bit later and focused downwards rather than just tarping head, we saw they were just busy building basically in that wood to get ahead. And if they looked down, they would have been able to probably pick up some elims there.
Well, let's see how this affected the standings, friends. 1 game left to go. Remember, top 8 is what we're trying to hit. 120 is that threshold right now. So remember that as we go into the final game on the day. But right now, once again, Benji, Savage, they've taken over that #1 spot. That's great and all, but I want to turn your attention to that 6th place spot from 13th place.
Yo, Benji's first place again!
Broken in to the top 8, but remember, 120 is that cutoff. It's really not that much, right? That's a handful of eliminations. That's a difference in placement. Anything still can happen. The final game on the day. Fortnite fan, make sure you buckle up and be prepared. We're doing this one last time in Europe from qualifier number 2. Boop, Shy Wager. Take us in.
Zeke, Levin, Reese dropping off knowledge bombs like usual, and it's rightfully so. Right now, game 6, so close all the way towards that top 8 spot. Boop, one more chance for people to qualify. It's top 8 that they're going for, and this is the FNCS.
Yeah, there's a few duos that are guaranteed call. I think Benji and Savage being one of them, T-Chips as well. But that does not bode well for Kinzo and Deceptos, all the way down to 12th place now with 95 points. And if I was Benji and Savage, I'd probably be pushing towards them because you want to be eliminating another tilted team away from your draw spot. If you have another tilted team qualifying, then you have 3 people in that party, and it's going to be a mess. So I'm expecting a lot of aggression or spawning for Benji and Savage.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of mess from start to finish in this game as well. I mean, we got Default and Link. Link 3rd place in that last game, 9th overall right now. He needs top 8. So many teams behind him as well. Who will be that team that qualifies? We'll find out right now in game number 6.
Game number 6, the ultimate game of this finals. There is so much on the line here. One game could be the difference, but will it be the difference for Kinzo and Deceptos as they have 1st place Savage and Benji right next to them? And that is probably the worst case scenario you can have because those teams are going to come in with confidence. They don't care anymore.
This person did at the
same time.
time.
Is alphing their draw spot, Shia.
Absolutely. Redemption also on the table. For many teams who've battled off spawn, on the top right of your screen, you can see Clement and Floki for the 6th time on broadcast in a row going for it. 66 points. It's about 33 away from trying to be in a spot that can qualify. They'll have to go for this win and this off-spawn fight as well. We'll see what breaks down. It's Swilliam, and this time he's denied. Clement and Floki stay alive. It'll be Lexi somewhat nearby, and another 2 teams they have to fight towards. Link is here too. And so many stories must clash now before everything else, before even the end game, in terms of getting through to the finals and to getting towards that top 8.
Yep, this time he did get that Stinger SMG. Luckily, no more Ranger, but is it going to work out for him? It will. There you go. That's easy done, and that is Swilliam and Lecce being taken out very early on into this game. I think it's been pretty even today in terms of these spawn fights. Floki and Clement doing pretty well. It's going to be tough for them to qualify, though. I think they need to get basically a win at this point in order to qualify, but with Surge set up right now, it could be good.
Yeah, if history also repeats itself properly, I mean, we saw Pablo roll in somewhere in the 19th place slot all the way towards top 8. It was insane. Benji and Savage, though, should be qualified totally right now. This is a POV of them owning Tilted Towers, and now we see the Siptos on their side. What happened
I guess
here?
I'm going over
was
here.
Trouble inside Paradise. It was absolutely. Savage actually beams them down. That's insane, and they get the finish, Boop.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually of what happened there. I thought Savage and Benji were going to push them very
nope.
aggressively, but oh my goodness.
Back over
this
here.
is what I mean here, Shayo. It is all about blood now. They do not care. They are qualified. It is all about making sure that the other team does not qualify.
Yeah, the agenda has changed. Usually from this spot, I would see Benji and Savage, we've both actually seen them leave Tilted, go for farming other mats, go and actually play out their game. Them having 154 points, being qualified, what do you not want inside the finals? A team contesting you, right? So all they're gonna do is just sit on the Simplest card and wait for like 5 minutes.
Nope.
They'll wait until the 3rd zone, until Gilzel has no chance to play out this game.
Yeah, that is just absolute pain for Kinzo and Deceptos. Honestly, it might have even been worthwhile to not even land in Tilted at this point, you know? Maybe change it up, try to do something different, maybe catch another team off guard. Obviously, it's hard to be a mind reader, but in those sort of situations, I mean, if you see the first place team right next to you,
where's
it's
my
sort of
finger
obvious
wag?
what they're going to do, right? They're going to be pushing in towards you because they already have DKS and Bad Sniper there in the finals waiting for them. And this time, they don't want Kinzo and Deceptos there as well, so... maybe Tilt is going to be owned by those two, but Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, they're good enough to make it through the heats, to the semifinals. I think there's a chance there, but in this final, it's not looking too great.
I was still right here and right now. Kinzel, let's talk about it. What does he need to do as a solo? Because you've seen Phenomenon happen before. He's about 25 points behind, and then he needs to not only catch up, but then thrive past that. So he needs basically a solo top 3, a solo win. Clement and Floki as well have a long ways to go, almost 50 points in total. Ooh.
Yeah, Kinzo, I mean, it is very easy now because the games are getting progressively less stacked, right? So he's not going to have to deal with that second zone surge. So that is one of the biggest issues that you have as a solo is that second zone surge, trying to get those tags. This time, he's not going to have to do that, but getting towards that half and half surge, it is just so tough as a solo to farm 600 damage because not only if you shoot another player that, you know, those guys will know that you're a solo, and if they see a solo, especially right now in the last game, people are going to WQ that solo without a doubt. And that is what Clement and Floki are doing here as well as they find another player. But again, so much aggression in off-spawn fights. They're going to be pinched by multiple players, and it's Jackson yet again. I think with Vicariona. Vicariona, oh my goodness! He just had a fiery, it was like fish in a barrel there. Two of them just funneling into the box, and that was just easy shots. I could have even hit those shots, Shayo.
He was in the perfect spot.
No!
A shadow, a little bit of darkness inside the box, and it strikes. Unfortunate for the team that was looking for the comeback potential, but this is going to be very good for Link. Him in default, 9th place. They're right on the line. They want any free elimination they can get. I can smell, I can feel the hunger, and Vico can too. He's running as fast as possible, away and away, back into the darkness, the place that he works best, but no, chased by a flashlight. It's Link and his box, the beams, it's too much. Vico can handle it actually. He actually blacks back, but no, there's no possibility to stay alive with default finally coming in. That's the main man when it comes to aggression in that duo, and he wraps that up supremely.
Yeah, it's like an animal backed into that corner. The little corner there for Vico, he somehow turns into a monster. Almost took out one of those players there, but unfortunately, 2v1 situation, it's just not going to happen. And Link and Default here going to get that extra elimination point, put them up to 115, and they're making their way closer towards that final top 8 position.
Yeah, they're 5 points now in difference to Nailu and Flixie. And that team should be one that we have to watch, because that will be very, very disastrous in terms of them going down. That'll open up the floodgates for everyone to come up. But I see 2 eliminations on Benji and Savage, though. That means at some point, Kinzel should have gone down as well. This is Vico just popping off from his perspective. Looks absolutely phenomenal and great. Let's see if we have a POV extra to see exactly if Kinzel also went down. He'll maybe be there in the future.
Yeah, it must have been Benji and Savage, right? He must have remembered the outfit that Kinzo wore. And Kinzo, I don't think much of a point playing this out as a solo. It is just too difficult to do in this finals lobby. And Benji and Savage, there were 2 eliminations. Oh, we are actually going to see
here. Okay, nice.
And they did chase him all the way out towards that east side of zone. Benji and Savage, you know, there it is, done and dusted. Kinzo and Deceptus, unfortunately for them, will not be making it into the finals through top 8, but they have guaranteed their slot into the semifinals. But Benji and Savage here only have one thing to worry about, guaranteed in the finals of this FNCS.
Now they'll be victory lapping, and wow, Janice going down. Casri Vortexia with a good, big giga clap on the south side. This is kind of nuts. I mean, they've been interrupting so many different teams. It comes at a cost, though. They have to use so many heals after all these fights. It's never fully clean, but they do get the job done. 96 points. They're also 15 away from the top 8, and they're trying their best to catch up with eliminations.
It seems like everyone's trying to push Castry and Vortexia for some reason, but they always clap back. I mean, they have such good aim, obviously because they're both controller players, but, you know, we'll move on from there. But, you know, those guys have very, very good box fighting mechanics. They're not afraid to sort of react to that position. But there you go. If you take a look at the stat here, more than 30% of the 30% of Castry Vortexia's points have come from when the other one is down. So these guys are just so clutch, Chayo.
They're so clutch, but it's also kind of like a walking paradox, you know?
I don't know what's wrong with these people, man.
Both teammates being alive, that's where you get the most elims. But it seems like one goes down, that's when they finally wake up. I like to see it.
Yeah, I wish I knew what paradox meant. Yet again, like I told you, I don't have that dictionary.
Mini ammo do I even have? I have 196.
He is doing the walking, though, as he tries to play aggressive on this player. Rotary trying to run away, but these guys, they see, yet again, 2 free eliminations, and that's, again, going to be the search salt for half and half if they can find this player. Castry is going to be low on material count. 45 builds for Castry as he still comes through. The pinch comes in, and Vortexia eliminates that player finally. And that's them having now 2 extra eliminations. That's 6 points in total, and that's going to put them up on the leaderboard slightly even more. As you go back,
if this is a girl, I'd be
happy.
happy.
We've seen this every single game so far, Shaya. Marsh and Kiko just chasing out
funny
a team
if one of these people found my channel
as another team of Mappy looks nearby, and I think they don't want a piece of this, and they try to run away.
Not at all. 120 once again is the line we're looking at right now for a lot of the teams in the early game. That's kind of what they want to hit with all these eliminations, get closer to. That is where 8th place is currently at the moment. That's Nailu and Flixie. Benji actually getting taken out, but it's not that prevalent. Might not net them the first place position overall. I'm getting flustered too, because this is just so intense. There's so many teams here right now. Mappy and PKR, depending on how the end game goes, Boop, they might not even be qualified as well, right? I think 132 is the line we were looking at for points overall. Yeah. Just need a little bit more, but who knows how exciting this final game gets. They have to keep pushing onwards.
Yeah, it's entirely dependent on how consistent the top teams are, right? If a lot of these teams go down early on, then you can have a massive shift, because the format sort of plays towards that, right? 32 points for the Victory Royale. That's basically 13 eliminations per win. So anyone could do it. You can either play for late game, you can play a little bit more aggressively, and that's what Vino and Joe are doing here with 4 eliminations, Shayo.
Turning on the aggression, and usually when you guys are watching, you want to pay attention to the top left.
I actually didn't know who won the last round.
The top right can show you the game state. The bottom right is the mini map. What you want to be paying attention to is not only the points overall, and we're saying it's 120.
Mr. Savage, Bench is still alive!
It's the bottom left of the screen.
Oh, well, Bench is dead.
The team is in specifically.
But Savage is
8 and above is qualifying for the FNCS finals. Down below, they're trying to get to 8th.
Ric Flair would say,
This is obviously the first place POV. This is us just watching a victory.
Come on, Mr. Savage!
Benji potentially end or affect other people's runs. I believe Irazumi
I wonder
right here,
if Mr. Savage has Bench's card.
8th place. They're 10th overall. They're 2 spots away, and they're trying to hunt the first place phenomenon that is Savage for the moment, and he is fighting back in this 1v2. Irazumi down, peeked apart again. Is his teammate beamed? One shot, so close. Savage with 7 HP. Is it the lucky number though? He only has the 50 pop.
Come on!
All the chugs available for him on low ground. He is ending someone's run single-handedly while in first place. This is the ultimate flex.
Yeah, and Over and Irazumi, they're very close to qualifying as well. This is a big, big fight. And Savage does get the finish there, and another team's going to come in, and Savage is just so ridiculously clutch. And I feel like it's a little bit of a happy Savage.
Come on, Mr. Savage.
They did eliminate Deceptus and Kinzo. You know, they were able to, you know, push them out of Tilted Towers, but I feel like there's a certain level of accolade in order to win the finals as well. You're coming in with a boom, you know. DKS and Bad Step, they did pretty well in the finals, but Savage and Benji, they want to win today. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, though, as they do get eliminated, and we're not going to get a first place for Savage and Benji, because T-Chips and Artskill, they're very nearby, and I think that would have been a big flex.
Possibly, it's not to be able to push this game, and what Savage did set up is Flixie and Nailu, the POV I really wanted to see. 8th place, you can see on the bottom left. It sets them up to get another free 3 elimination points, and turn that 120-point line to 124. Now even boosting up with a placement point for that extra one, and possibly even taking out Leader, 10th place right below them. They do get him down, so that's one team they're worried about, not in the running. They're still in 8th place overall. 127 is not enough to get them into 7th. They're still on the line, but this is the hot seat. Flixie and Nailu, they will be the ones holding everyone back. They will be the targets of the rest of the lobby. Look at Savage though. That basically just secures the destiny of Leader and Irazumi. Imagine going for that 2v1, being confident, but it's Mr. Savage, and he lands the shots, and then Flixie comes in 8th place to set you apart and solidify you, freeze you in 10th. That is heartbreaking, but it happens here. That's just some of the stuff in the qualifiers for the FNCS.
Yeah, and it's going to be very good for them, right? It's going to give them a little bit of breathing room, because the Over and Irazumi are right below them on the leaderboard, you know, only about 10 points behind. So they're going to have a little bit of space now. You know, they can make a few more mistakes. Obviously, you don't want to make those mistakes, but if they do happen, then you have that little bit of buffer in order to save yourself and be able to qualify. Setting Chapix also around the range, they're going to be very happy to see Irazumi and Over also go down in that situation, because as many teams, the more teams that go down, the better it is for you.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's Flixie and Nailu who are taking those teams out. They're happy there's one less team to worry about, but the bar is being set higher. Imagine going for a high jump boop. It's
how many more players left?
As soon as you're up
I
in
can't
the air,
tell because there's 3.
2.5. That's literally what's happening to these teams. The bar is being set to a point where they can't even leap over it. And if it's Flixie and Nailu who end up
31,
elims,
32,
people
30.
like Vino,
No,
people like
31,
Chapix, they're in trouble. 106
30.
points. That is 20 points behind.
29 players left.
I appreciate the confidence that you think I can jump 2 meters, Shayo, but it's more like half a meter in that situation, more than likely. Maybe 30 centimeters, you know. Maybe on a good day I can do, you know,
we'll work on 40? It. We'll work on it. I'm a jump trainer, you know. Yeah.
I might need your help after this, but yeah, 2 meters, that's an interesting analogy to pick for me, to be honest. As we go back towards Veno and Joe, you know, they are very high up, maybe higher than 2 meters in this position on this high ground. And Joe is sort of running around, you know, trying to clear out the space and back over towards his Butterbond side. You know, we're going to get another Cami split zone with Mappy and PKR. I feel like they've been very quiet today. Haven't seen them too often in the late game, but they're up here on 132 points, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of dabbled in the top 15, the top 10 over and over again. One misstep in the last game, 25th place. They just had a few placement points, no elims. Now, it's about keeping that consistency. We talked about it in like game 3, Boop, right? You want to keep playing the same way. Maybe in game 6, that's where you make the switch, but they kept true to their form. 132 points. We're wondering who was ahead of Flixie, who was in 7th place. Once again, look at the bottom left, Team 7. They're the ones in 7th place, 5 points ahead at 132 points. And they're looking for a little bit more pressure now too. Analyx X Squeeze, you might be wondering back home, why is it even worth to watch people in 20th place right now? What are they going to be doing? They're best to interrupt the competition. They're best to get some practice. And right now, they're going to be affecting 7th place in total. PKR and Mappy being targeted by the 20th place team right now. They're looking for big swings. They're looking for desperate moments of Elim after Elim links. And it might be PKR they rush towards.
PKR, come on,
and
man.
I hope to see some improvement from some of these players compared to the last game, right? This is basically a replay of that other game. So you're able to change things up again. Hopefully, we won't see Veno and Joe get stuck on edge again. Pink and Anas, hopefully, they're able to rotate just a little bit quicker, sort of learn from those mistakes. But it is all about Chapix and Seti now, though, because they are in a very good spot now to hold out a lot of players. And, you know, with this river in the middle of the zone, it's such a tough zone to play a lot of the time for these players. I always feel weird sort of thinking about positioning these spots, because you obviously, you want to be playing through these ridge lines. You have a few hills that you want to sort of maneuver across, but if you get unlucky, I mean, I'd say I'm unlucky to get half an app, but sometimes if you're unlucky, you get half an app and you're on that low gun on the river, you're just going to get smothered over and over by multiple players, and that's not the spot you want to be in.
Not at all, and you're not only thinking about your position overall, you're thinking about, like, you know, how do I move to get even more points? Seti not even has to worry about making, you know, good decisions and playing a normal game. He needs a big swing. He is about 20 points behind, 22 points actually. He needs to get to 127 right now to catch up to 8th place. He's in 12th.
Bro, I know where they got Uguay from.
6 basically, and that's what he needs in terms of overall.
If you don't know who Uguay is, you ain't no OG.
PKR finally gets the pressure off his back, but it costs him a little bit of time inside the storm. He has to move back up just a few meters away, but you know, Boop, in these situations, 10 meters can feel like 30 miles in getting into the zone.
Yeah, 10 meters definitely feels like 30 miles for me, usually. But for
you
that player,
again.
that PK eliminates him very, very swiftly, and that's pretty much easy. Interesting fact I want to give you guys real quick, though, is Seti and Chapix have the lowest average eliminations of the top 15 so far. So I expect, you know, when you say Chapix, you expect aggression. You know, he's this very troll guy, but he does not care. He likes to jump the boxes. He's very good aim, some of the best mechanics in the game. Seti, on the other hand, very, very passive. You know, we know him from Kami, Teddy, and Teak before. Also one of the lowest elimination trios of past time, but them together, it's sort of uncharacteristic for Seti and Chapix to have this little eliminations in the final. So not sure if it's nerves or it's just the sort of situation to be set up in, but that's making the difference so far because the players above them, you know, 3 average elimination, 3.4. Hookah and Zestin, 4.2 average elimination. That's basically 12 points per game that they're getting, which is ridiculous, Shayo.
Yeah, that's what Seti should be getting. You tell me that fact, I'm like, you know, Seti. No, really? Like Chapix? No, I wouldn't imagine. That
I can't see because the stupid person in the way.
Inside the entire game, but things do end up switching up, especially when you have, you know, different people in different spots. Usually EU is a high ground slugfest as well. You look at height right now, it looks like old school NA West. People can just walk up 2 layers and gain height, right? We've seen the Twitter clips way back in like 2019. Obviously, NA West is gonna hype you with it inside the end games. I'm looking at some crazy shots in the air right now as well. You talk about Zestin and Hookah, they end up going down. Schmecky's going to pick a few up. But once again, what are we focusing on right now? Vino getting another elimination. It's 5, but they're still so far away. I'm going to keep stressing this. They can be 700 damage above. They could have, you know, an Infinity Blade in their inventory right now, but it wouldn't be enough, you know, because they're still 15 points behind. Boop, it's still trouble.
Their weather report.
Yeah, and that was Vortexia going down there. So that was the team right above Veno and Joe. So they're slowly making their way through the top of this leaderboard. And Joe and Veno, they're in a very good spot. 5 eliminations going into this last game. And I feel like this is sort of what Veno sort of feeds off of. The more eliminations this guy gets, the more confidence he feels. The more confidence he has, the better he sort of goes for these high good retakes. And I'm expecting an explosive finish here from Veno or Joe, because surely this should be enough for them to qualify.
Absolutely, and like the big thing too is that, you know, they're going to want an explosive
finish. I really don't know who they are.
Every team right here is going to want an explosive finish as well. Talk about explosions on the board. Seti actually stopping Art Skill. That is our de facto 2nd place team overall. That might have taken over first with Savage. You know, had a little bit of trouble this game, or if he still is alive, all the games are kind of blending in to one for me at the moment. But the top 3 isn't as relevant as the people on the cusp of top 8. And once again, we're at that POV before this end game starts. It's Nailu and Flixie. Top 8 qualifies. They are the 8th place team. Once again, you can see it on the bottom left. This is just for anyone new that's tuning in right towards the end. And 129 is the baseline that they have, that everyone's trying to catch up towards. Every team we're watching right now, Boop, they're at 100 points. They're at 110. They're still about 20 points behind.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for these northern teams, right? A lot of the time when the zone is this close to you, you tend to sort of feel like, you know what, I don't want to waste a launch pad on the zone. I don't want to, you know, use that movement right now. I'm going to be greedy and I'm going to walk it. And that's maybe what Nailu here and Flix are going to try to do. That's Pepper trying to go for that supply drop, but oh, never mind. They're just going to go for the launch pad. So they're not taking any sort of risks in this position. You know, I guess you could VOD review that in post and maybe see what the best play is there, you know, to sort of save that movement. But in this situation, they're so close to qualifying, there's no point taking that risk, Sayo.
Is that Flixie that actually picks up elimination as they move? Yes, so they actually bump it up to 130 points overall, get a full refresh. I think the play was to actually 24. Get into the zone and at the same time get a free refresh as well. That might be worth more than the launch pad. Left. And you were talking about it in game 4, Boop, right? You can track who has pads around you. They'll keep in mind who opened up that airdrop and know exactly where that pad is. If they say towards the south side right now, they can still use mobility from someone else to get inside the zone.
You passed the test, Shayo. I'm so proud of you for remembering that.
Let me check my challenges real quick. Hold on.
He's gonna need that pride because Chapix has been eliminated in this game, and it's
I want to
all
finish
up
this.
to the FNCS champion Seti to clutch this up. He did it in that previous game. He clutched up so much placement points in that position, but this time he does have the Spider-Man gauntlets. He does have a decent mat count, but this is a tough ask with 44 people left alive and the zone pulling away from him, Shayo.
I really want to see that 8th place team, though. I know these are all the POVs we're looking at right now. Link, Vino, 113, 120, Seti at 112, 11th, 10th, and 9th overall. But look at 11th for the moment. He has a possibility to clutch. But if that 8th place team goes down as well, that's going to be big trouble. Seti, off a solo clutch, he glides. Finally in. Stops a little bit. Issues with the crouch bind, but it's all good. He's finally up and alive. In a good spot to go for a few beams. Not going to see it there too much. Too far. Flixie, though. 131 points.
Couldn't slide for some reason.
Another big refresh. Look at the loadout boop. This is the best thing you would want in the end game. Peppers, the gauntlets as well. You have such good storm surge thresholds overall, and a front portion of the zone that's fully tarped out. Your builds are at max. You're living the absolute dream, and you and your teammate are alive.
My man is playing solid gold right now. This inventory is ridiculous. Still has his 2 peppers though in order to progress through this low ground, mid ground. Needs to be a little bit careful though in terms of elevation because there's a lot of hills here that can sort of mess you up in this situation, Shayo.
Yeah, I'm looking at a little bit of hesitation with this team as well. Looking like they don't exactly know what to do. They're not all the way in the front of the line. They're not editing, taking any shots on the backside of the box. Vino though is by himself as well. 6 eliminations. We've been giving him so many good props so far. Seti also a solo. It's 2 POVs, 2 journeys that might end here today in game 6.
And this is what I love about duos, right? It's all about these solo clutches. It is Veno versus Seti, all to play for this final. This is all that they need. They need to rely on themselves to clutch up, and only themselves. There's no teammate to help them out here. There's no one but themselves, and it is so much pressure. Veno is used to that pressure, though, because he got 2nd in All-Stars, but is he going to be able to hit the final shot this time, unlike in All-Stars?
We'll have to see. Vino's going to be going straight for it. No whips in action. He does not have the web shooters, just him. And a few splashes, a little bit of spice to get that step prepped and going. All the way up on mid-ground, he is running out of materials. It's the last brick wall. Metal actually taking over an armored ramp to block off the way, but on the left side, Link looking for a rat-a-tat-tat, a way to get Vino down, and they do clasp it over. Do they have enough points to go for that 8th place team? Nylu is looking desperate. Flixie, from a place of paradise now, is dropped down into doom. They have no shields. They're finally getting a little bit of their step back, a little bit of stability, but they're so far up high in the sky, beamed down from side to side. This is going to be tough for Flixie and Nylu. They're on the last brink of survival right now. This is so
11 more players left.
From all sides.
This is almost the finish.
Guys.
Don't worry.
There's no way. It's a bounce back. They get saved by the zone, and they're in 7th now as well. This might be exactly
12,
what they need.
11,
surviving
10
that
more to
fight
go.
saves them possibly a spot in the finals.
Yeah, this is going to be super close, Isha, with Janus and Vortex on the high ground as well, but Flixie and his teammate, they have just been surviving here. They have not been living, they're surviving, because this has not been an easy road to this. They are trying to claim this low ground, though. Another player trying to go through, but that zone pullback was so clutch, because if zone did not pull back there, it would have been the end for them, Shayo.
They have an entire new journey, a new path forward, but at the same time, there's no information. All they hear are just very scary footsteps above them. A nice pickup on the right side, but it's not going to be a full point finish for them, just the elims. And the match they need, big beam, that's 8th place right behind them. They can stop them in their tracks. 6th place overall for Nylu. Maybe we go and look over to Link. Yes, absolutely, 8th place overall. They're making this happen, and they're barely in with the zone. 40 effective
7-6, 5 more players to go.
Do they get a bounce back? No, they get swished in even more, and they have to move forward. 24th place in front of them, 9th place below. What can they do? They have to break apart every build. Only 5 mats left for Link. Default on the left. Link goes down. This is where Default shines. Down on the low. Nylu in front. That's a team right ahead of them. Could this solidify the qual? Back towards the storm. No! Stopped at 137 points. Fixley at 149. He's making this one work. They started at 8th. They're now 5 teams left, and he lands a crucial shot to boost forward into 5th place. What a run from Nylu and Flixie.
3 more players to go.
Absolutely electric.
1 more
in this
person.
He has been popping players on this low gun, and he's still continuing to go on. 3 more duos left in the Janus and Vortex trying to drop down, and we have WK able, true to his name yet again, and he's in the box with him. Another SMG shot. Now it's up to Nelu. He could shake things up now. I think it should be enough though for him to qualify, but you never know. Every single point counts. The edits are quick. He's in the box. The tracking is good, but the ramp comes out. 30 HP, and it's not enough for Nelu. Unfortunately, Janus and Vortex there win the
This
final
ended.
game here.
It's
and
over.
I don't know how many points they're on, Chayo, but this could shake up the entire leaderboard.
Absolutely, the comeback from so many teams on the bottom of the board, but the focus would be on the Flixie. The focus would be on Nailu, starting off in 8th, not only holding the line, but elevating it entirely to go straight to 5th place with a phenomenal performance. That is just clutch when it's needed most. Janus, too, is there in the mix. A phenomenal run, a very good win overall with Vortex. We waited for it coming, but definitely the spotlight of that game was that 8th place team bumping into 5th. What a show from EU today, Boop. I mean, that was just insane. You two, the debut of the cast, you were just knocking off every single prediction over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes a little bit too easy to call these predictions, you know? That's why they pay me the big bucks. But honestly, Janus and Vortex, a little bit too slow to start. Maybe it might be their downfall, but they ended off very, very strongly. And hopefully, just hopefully, that's enough to put them into that top 8 position. But I'm not sure about that. We'll see, because that game was absolutely ridiculous. It's going to shake up the leaderboard so much, Chayo.
Yeah, it's a blender of a game for the standings. That being said, though, that's it from me and Boop. Big shout outs to Boop, though, too. He absolutely eliminated his time on the show. If you guys want more, stick around. There's many more regions to come, as well as this dash, because Zeke, Levin, and Reese, Boop, they have to break this down. Boys, I want to see your gasping faces.
There it is. There it is. That was my level of excitement. Wow.
No
I can't believe the action that we've gotten to see today out of qualifier number 2. It really does feel like this is a semi-final round flight, right? I'm thankful for that too, Levin, that a lot of these duos are looking at this and saying, if we want to make it there and we want to hold our own against those duos at that next step of the competition, we have to treat this today like that. And I'm just appreciative of that.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I was really excited after Qual 1. Qual 2 definitely didn't disappoint. If anything, it got even better. And coming into this now,
Semi-finals.
I'm not sitting down, but I am metaphorically at the edge of my seat, you know, waiting to see who were the last ones to push their way into the top 8. We saw crazy clutches there to close it as well. I'll be real, Reese, this is what Fortnite's all about.
It is indeed. We saw some mad clutches. Flixie in particular this time not jumping in a car in the end game, using his weapons instead, right? We saw right at the start of the moving zones, he managed to pick up a refresh, which was super critical because you could even just like tarp ahead, popped off shot after shot after shot after that alongside Nailu as well. Don't want to forget him out. Don't want to just give Flixie all of it. They've been great today. Definitely a team that has not qualified to an FNCS finals before. I've only started to hear about this time after them hitting a bunch of the round 2s and the cash cups, and they've already now punched a ticket to their first FNCS finals.
Yeah, super impressive. They have all the technical quality that you need to be a top duo, but clearly they've added a bit, you know, finesse to their game. They understand what layers to be on. When they're on low ground, the understanding between the two of them to find refreshes and pick out the solo players and get their points up that way has just been sublime. And look, you know, we can't always see who's going to be the best teams from Cash Cup performances, but you guys have been pretty decent in them, and now they'll be playing in the finals of FNCS as well. So a great way to enter your way into the EU professional scene.
Absolutely. A little tip of the hat there to Vortex and Janus coming in clutch there in game number 6, right? Being able to put everything together. Remember, they may not necessarily have qualified, but this is still series points, right? This is locking in that semifinals play for them. And then, so we'll see them next weekend, where they will look to compete for one of those spots going into finals. But still, like, I guess, Levin and Reese, how do we feel about this performance specifically? Like, we haven't seen them do too much today. And then in this last game, yes, they do show up, but is it too late? Or are we like, no, it's fine. Like, they just needed to make it into semifinals, and then we'll definitely see them in finals.
Well, expectations will be high in terms of Janus. You know, he's been a duo champion before, right? And so I'm sure he will want to, you know, reclaim that status or hold on to it, I should say. It's not been what they would have wanted, but they definitely are on the right track based off of that last game. Vortex is just insane. You can see this here, right? The confidence to even go out for the pickaxe there when you're in the box is nuts. But look, it's not been their day particularly, but like you said, series points will be huge for them.
Yeah, and Qualifier 1 was won by a team who just popped off in their final game, and when I saw Janus and Vortex there, I thought, yes, but that sign next to their name unfortunately said 13th in the leaderboard, which is out of the top 8, but as you mentioned, that is valuable series points. They'll 100% made it through to the semi-finals, and a team of this caliber, I definitely think they can win a game or at least get the qualification threshold, the top 6, and make it through the finals. It would be sad to not have Janus in there, and I love watching Vortex as a crazy fighter to sit. And this duo together has been super good from those two reasons. So if they're not there, I'll be sad personally.
Yeah, I think we can
I'm
have
waiting
those
for
high
this to end.
expectations like you were kind of talking about, Levin, especially in semifinals, right? They have this kind of week to take a look back, VOD review, and then come back that much stronger in the semifinal rounds next weekend. Let's take a look at our final standings, though, before we do say goodbye on the day. Because remember, we're looking for that top 8. They auto-qualify and go straight to finals
second
2 weeks
place
from today. But next weekend, everyone else is playing in the semifinal rounds if they've made it through on series points. So, Stompy, I've not seen your name all day, brother, but you made it in the top 7. That's absolutely crazy. But take a look who then gets knocked out, right? Link and Default. They almost did make it out. And kind of think about that, guys. That last interaction there, that literally cost them.
Yeah, that was everything. And I think coming into this game, they were sitting in 9th, right? And so with all the crazy stuff going on, you would have hoped, right, that they would have been able to sort of push their way in, but no, staying in that place. Again, I don't even want to sort of belittle them by saying, oh, it's good for series points, though. They will be disappointed, right? They will be disappointed because, you know, coming into these final 2 games, Link obviously came 3rd in the game before this, and they had some deep runs. Default as well will be ruined the day when you can get another chance to hit some shots on low ground. But it's one of those ones where they still did perform quite well on the day, and I think they should be able to take a lot of positives from it.
I think they're talking about these
and
people.
You know, this is where you crack. Notice, just have a look at the crosshair placement. You know, look at the shots going through. In this situation in particular, you can tell he's obviously a little bit nervous there, thinking this is the qualification, and that elimination alone would not have qualified him. We just still need to get another placement threshold on top of that, because they would not have won the tie on eliminations total in the leaderboard. So, you know, that's what the difference between some of the players, like obviously we said Savage clutching up earlier, and Nas winning that game with nerves of steel. This is what some of the veteran players bring to the table, and what some of the more up-and-comers, the newers, the names that have just started to come up over the last couple of months are yet to have.
So tough, but it's good. We're back next weekend, 3 days of Fortnite action. Let's take a look at our predictions before we say goodbye. Once again, some of us are right, some of us are wrong.
Who's wrong?
I am 0 for 2 right now. I'm really struggling, boys. I'm real struggling.
Yeah, it's one of them ones, man. It's all good. I would give you a pat on the back, but yeah, you got one wrong here. Look, Benji and Savage. Huge game. Can we get some claps for Benji?
Yeah!
I can't hear them. I can't hear them. Look, if you're watching in Legends Landing, be sure to do your favorite emote for the big Benji and the big Savage. I'm sure all their fans across the world are super excited to know that.
I want Benji to win. I don't know who they are, but I just want them to win because I've heard about them before.
Better than to see these guys popping off there as well. Super impressed by how they did today.
Absolutely. You know, I obviously went with Andalex next squeeze. They came 14th, so good overall, but not the kind of top placement I was hoping. They definitely struggled a little bit off spawn in Condo, which was unfortunate, right? Because any game they got off, they got deep into, like 4th, 6th eliminations in that final game there in particular. So they had a good comeback in the second half, but the first half, unfortunately, just wasn't for them.
It's weird because I remember thinking to myself, I wondered why Vadu and Reason gave Condo to Andalex, and his guys can have it. You won't even call from there anyway, guys, so don't worry about it. You guys can land there all you want. It's been a fun time, but look, hopefully, you know, going into semis, those guys can do something if they have enough series points to even make it there. But yeah, a lot of top teams not having the results they would have wanted. That's it. Sometimes you got to just hit the throwing board and come back stronger.
Oh.
Next week is that time, right? One last opportunity to make it in on the bus, heading on to finals. That wraps up all the action here in EU. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, watching these 6 games. Remember, if you want more Fortnite action today, you still got the NA East team, and you also have the NA West team. So what are you doing? Make sure you come back for more action here from the FNCS. Until next weekend, we love you all. Stay safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
That was cool. Yeah, it was stuck around for a while. Let's turn up our volume. How's that? There we go. taco shop. Is there a burger shop? There's Slurp. There better be a burger shop. Ah, there's one on the first floor. Or on the second floor. Stairs it is. To the crown area. What's this one? Disco area? Thinking that's like a shooting range. Oh, that's a box fight. Then we got the battle bus down there. Right. Well, that was cool. I was hoping Benji would win the I thought Benji would have won the entire thing, but it's okay. When is the semi-finals? This one starts later today at 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Ah, so this one starts at... Ah. So right now, the one that we just watched is supposed to end at 3 through 6. And then the next one starts at 7 to 10. Let me see the leaderboard. Wow, there are a lot of people. So when's the quarterfinal? When's the semi-finals? Ah, right here on the 24th. What was the 24th? Thursday? Bruh. Alright, let's do some challenges because I feel like doing challenges right now. Solos, let me see. Alright, I want to do some of these. I want to finish, Shanta. I want to get Shanta's entire set. So, let's see. First one... I only need 2, so... Or 2 more, so... We'll go from... here... to here. Alright. Let me change my glider real quick, while I still have a chance. There we go. I hate when that happens. Oh. It's The Living Tombstone posted on Instagram saying, "Happy 6 years to I Got No Time," which is a FNAF song that The Living Tombstone made 6 years ago, I'm guessing. Oh, I just remembered. Have a crown from yesterday's stream. Shit. Well, I'm gonna lose this. I'm surely gonna lose my crown now. I didn't think about that. Shit. It's fine, I can always get it back whenever I want. Oh, fuck. I forgot. I had no map. Oops. I had no map on. I'm getting some of that. Let me drink these real quick. And you're probably thinking, why is he in solos? This ain't anything else. There's no chicken near me, is there? There's a frog, but not a chicken. I need to head to that, never mind. What the why did it have to be so far? Screw it. Drop it. I can't go all the way over there. I got challenges to do. And I have to go to a... Oh, hi. I see you over there. I need a vehicle. Let's go to that one gas station and grab a car. I'm not using a boat. I want to use a land vehicle. Oh, come on. Alright, where's my stop at? Let's go! There it is. New landmark. Huh. Oh, there's the chicken. Alright. Oh, come on. I don't know if these count. No, they do. Bro, I'm just cruising around. Yeah, thanks. Didn't do anything to you, all you did was shoot at me. My God, what aggressive people. I'm just trying to be fun. I think there's a truck over here. Oh, that's been marked or damaged. Something. We'll take this. Where's the music? Ah, itchy. Ah, we've been flipped. Really? I have to hurry before this storm comes and gets my ass. Ran him over. Ooh, we're at Butter Barn. Come on down to the Butter Barn. There's someone here. Oh. Really? Come on. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Grab. God. Grab the car and go! Grab the truck and go! Huh? Ah! I mean, you can have my shit. I don't know what's wrong with your deal. Fun, and you people don't like having fun. Nobody likes having fun on Fortnite anymore. I remember back in my day, Fortnite used to be more funner. Alright. I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. Go back where we were. Now I don't have to worry about my crown anymore. Reloading! Reloading! Ah! Let's line up this gas station. These are in air. I'm surprised there's still snow on this side of the island. I like it. Couldn't find a shotgun. Alrighty, let's go. Alright, next one. Careful, I don't want to die from that death. Off because I don't like that type of lot. I like the lot music, just not my type. Water car, boat car. Wee-hoo. You gotta love trucks! Bruh, are you kidding me? Yeah, never mess with me. Never mess with me. Come on. Thank you. And then you made me lose a truck. Oh, wait. Haha! Start jam right here. Get your dang Hardy dance off my face suit. Ooh, ooh. Kidding me? One right over here. Go, 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 go. Oh, come on! Okay, Nathan Drake. Nobody likes your mother. What am I saying? She's me. He's me, but not me, because I'm not the one that wears a back bling here. Nathan Drake doesn't wear a back bling. In the game, he doesn't wear anything on his back. Alright, let's see. Last one. Go here. And hopefully here. Then next round, maybe these three.
Dylan said no bitches.
Dylan said no. What do you mean no bitches? What are you... Bruh. What are you talking about? Laughing at a calamity? Mine's more bigger than yours. I have more than her. Andrew, I lost my crown.
Dylan said severe lack of female companions.
Bruh. Tell Dylan he has no bitches on his dick. Ha! Alright, where is this thing at? Oh, it's right there. Alright.
Dylan said no hose.
He has no hose. What is he talking about? Nope, a little more. Huh. There we go. Next one. I may need to get more materials on the way. And I have no shells. Guy ran away like he was nothing. The only thing he did was knock down my old build. If only for the Nathan Drake style for the PlayStation version, is whenever you get in the water, he starts to get more soaked. Would be cool. Oh, it's in a it's in a tree. Huh. And the other three are in storm. Damn it. What the hell did I just watch? Oh, they knocked down my other build. How did I miss that? Someone's in there. I'm not shooting, I'm just... I don't know who's fighting over there. There's people fighting over there. Ugh. Yeah, I could go over there and round them up. But I'm keeping this safe. Okay, that building got more bigger. Ooh. Hello, good sir. Why don't you go away now, please? Thank you very much. Never come back. Ah! I see. And there's also people down there. Please tell me I have enough time to get to these bushes. Or grass. Oh, I'm literally in the circle. Woo! Woo! Oh, I wish I had some grenades just to do it. I could just throw the grenades and just pop them right over there. Ah, I swear, I saw someone right there. I thought I did. Oh shit, they died! Right there! Hey, yo, sir! You mind standing still for me just for a second or two? Hi, it's that Calamity from earlier! Oh, sweet! I hope she doesn't kill me. Oh, sweet Jesus. Hallelujah. They're right here. Cloudy? No. Not a quad crash! Oh, I thought that was a quad crasher in the sky. It's a person. And I just felt dumb. Oh! There goes that building. Bye-bye, building. Yeah, I wish I had grenades just to throw over there, just chuck them. Weapon over there, toward northwest to north. Thank you. Anyone online? I'm still in the circle, so. Aiden. Dylan's away. Nope. Oh. It's the fountain. Ah! I really don't want to leave this area. I'm gonna wait till it's a 1v1. Or we're gonna go across. Slowly. Give me that. There's a bush! I'm keeping it safe. That thing's gonna tear down moment, like now. I just imagine someone just being there on top of that. Yo, that's Shrek's? No, that's just a column. Pellets. Yo, anyone in there? No? None. Ugh. I can't tell who's over there or not. It's a 1v1v1. There's one that just ran across over there. Now, why is there a pistol here? Still playing it safe. Damn it, he has the grenade launcher. I could go over there and just bop him right in the head. I mean, I could go on top of a tree, but that's a bad idea. Sir, that's the wrong way. I'm over here, you know.
What's up?
Hello, welcome to the stream. Oh. Fuck! How? I was still having 100 HP, you son of a bitch, you ass dick. That's fun. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. Pew, welcome to the stream. If you're new, please subscribe. Please consider liking there. Alright, next one. Go with this one first. Let's change up the skin. Go with Chloe over here. Alright. Jerry! Hello, Jerry. Oh! Alright. Let's get spider webs. Not those ones, because oh, actually, I think I can. Bruh, come on. And while I'm waiting, I might as well get a little bit of mats. Oh. I see it. Ah! Oh, I'm done. Wow, that was fast. They don't see me in here. Haha! No one is staying alive. No. Keep running. Oh, right. Can't break this thing. Nope, I cannot. Okay. Okay, stop using a pump. You little loser. There, finally, I've completed Shanta. Never want to do that one again. Nope, that's squad. It's still live. We'll show the way to make emojis on YouTube. Be cool. Like how you can make emojis for Twitch and that's it, just Twitch. Some can do emojis on YouTube as well, but I don't know how. Be nice, but how would I know? I wanna go land at tilted. Oh, there's a challenge. Land at tilted and survive 60 seconds. Let's hope that one works. Oh, it does count. Perfect. Just as I planned. I need band-aids. Where's the mailboxes at? Leave until I find what I'm looking for. Might could have been band-aids or meat. Would have been more better. Or make it. Come on! There. Get behind here. Actually, hold on. What am I doing? Brother supply drop. Woo! Where? Damn, they saved me. Whoa. Go away. Huh. Look at that. Bruh. Okay, third parties. No, I was gonna go with them. Bruh, no one wears Neymar anymore. It's not fucking season... whatever it is again. It ain't fucking chapter 2 anymore. Nobody even wears him anymore. He's dead. Come on. If only you could get a star or a crown out of this. I'll stream for a little more, a little more longer, but not for that long. Just for a couple more minutes. I need to catch up on YouTube. Alright. Hopefully we find band-aids and we gotta go to Sleepy. Go take out some mailboxes. How many? 5. Alright. 5's not bad. go over there. For some reason, not showing up on the map.
You are still live.
Yeah, well, for a little more long, for a while. Not just for a couple more minutes. Oh, what am I doing? Let's go get some mailboxes. Where are the mailboxes? They're supposed to be over here. Ah. Well, I couldn't find mailboxes for some reason. Sleepy Jesus. Alrighty. Off with a great start. I need more grenades. Rocket ammo. I hit him for 35. Oh, hi. I thought he was a normal. I thought he was a teammate. Got him. Hey, yo, calm down, bitch. Really, I hit you and then you kill me. Losers. I can't see! Ah! I couldn't see. Why? I'm trying to heal. You people are dumb. Just want to heal. That's it.
Am I the only one in the chat?
I think you are. I think you are.
No.
Hello, Mando! I wish I had more grenades. Okay, why are you wearing a fucking Season 4 skin? It's not fucking Chapter 1, Season 4. You behemoth. Look at him! He's gay! Bro, that one person is gay. So is that one over there. The one that's doing Orange Justice. Anyone agree? I agree. I personally agree that these people are gay. Drive a quad crasher to Pita Peak. I don't know where that's at, but we're gonna try that in solos, I'm guessing. Oh, come on. Drink. Jamesy, do you think the people that were in Team Rumble were gay? Alright, gotta drive a quad crasher. I'm guessing there. The only way to get a quad crasher is getting it at that gas station. Go get a quad crasher from the gas station. Screw it, we're gonna take some pizza on the way. We're not even gonna use any weapons. Just gonna be heals and stuff. Let me at least drink this. All heals. Pizza and heals. Let me fill up the car. Or the cloud crasher level. Hope no one bothers me because I need to do this challenge. Woohoo! How in the world did I survive from that? Maybe I can find band-aids over there. If it was real life, I would have landed on that rock and died. Damn it! Someone was already here. Then let's check over there. I need to head just a little bit to go break some mailboxes. There we go. How many band-aids do I have to do? 10? Alright, we need more band-aids. Stat! Come on, band-aids. Shit. None. Maybe over here. More pizza. Hey, yo, Jerry's in this. Jerry's right there. Jerry! Wait there, Jerry! I need to check for band-aids. None. Jerry! I'm not gonna hurt you, buddy. I just need a lift. Really? I wasn't even doing anything to you. Now you made me lose my coconuts and one pizza. Didn't even do anything to that dude. Hi, llama. Not gonna do anything to you. Hope no one got this chest up here. Good. Oh, there's bandits over there. We're doing the no weapon challenge. Where it's just healing. Alright. Whole mailbox is here. Where the hell are the mailboxes? It says destroy mailboxes at Sleepy Sounds or Tilted Towers. I ain't here. Tilted, you got some explaining to do. I'm gonna go to the lighthouse and just take some damage. Oh, God. Hold on real quick. Sorry, I'm back. Oh, give me that back. Give me back my pizza! Sheesh. Oh Lord. Tornadoes coming. Alright, let's take some damage. Okay, that didn't work. The hell? How far do I have to take damage? Or try at that rock. That far? You take 1 damage at that far? Oh my god. Not even told. Nobody told me. Nobody told me shit about how far I have to jump to take damage. Now we gotta do that. Now we gotta find band-aids again. And I don't even know where you find mailboxes in Sunny. I'm not going to Tilted just to find mailboxes either. Oh my god. So surprisingly, they're over here, not over there. I thought it was literally mailboxes. Damn it. Oh, band-aids. Bruh, are you kidding me? I'm already out of mats. You bitch! You can't see me because I'm in a bush. I was trying to heal and you people suck. Never trust the default. I better leave before he starts dancing on my corpse. We need our song. Come on, we gotta kick them up already. got fucking used your... Why? Why does it have to keep going this way? I don't like that one glider. The fucking Matrix one. Yeah, no more Mr. Nice Guy. You dare shoot him? Who's shooting? What area? Damn it. Is someone landing late or something? Oh my... Can people stop using the fucking Ranger assault rifle? And whoever sent me a fucking invite, don't. No! You ain't joining nothing. Busy. I want to get these challenges done before something, I don't know. I want to finish before the season ends. So don't bother. I hate when people use the fucking Ranger forever. I had shield. They had shield. I got them lower than ever. Thank you. I'd rather have this and that than earlier. There's a llama in the tree. What the fuck? Hi, Jerry. Fucking band-aids to get that one challenge done. I heard somebody over here. Show yourself, I dare you. Oh, swear. Alright, where's the last mailbox? Get the fuck away from me, piece of shit. Have more experience than you people. Alright, now I'm missing one. Oh my god, stop! Don't want nobody getting that. How are there only 4 mailboxes here? If it says 5. Oh my god. Fill the truck up. And now we go. God, those people are so goddamn annoying. Nope. That's near. I don't know, but we better skedaddle. I just saw a truck just flop. Oh no, that was the car. And let's use a tornado then. Damn it! We were so close. We were so close to getting to the tornado. Boat car! Just don't sink! Oh, something. Oh, great. I'm targeted. Yay! Wasn't expecting that. I fucking hate. I was trying to escape. I was trying to escape and those people came out of fucking nowhere. The one time I kill one person right there. I'm going back. I need one more. Come on. I chose a. I put shuffle, didn't I?
There's loot in the mountains, our favorite time of year. With that.
Oh, thank the Lord. I swear. I still need band-aids and that one last one. Oh wait, duck. Nobody wears that skin. Leave me be. I don't even have a gun and you're already shooting me. Okay, where are they? Oh, hi. Yeah, you're lucky I don't have any mats. But I do have that. Oh. What that one person even have? Nada. I need band-aids. Go check over here while we wait for that flag up. Oh, it's already now. Damn it. Where the hell are these band-aids at? How rare is it to find band-aids these days? I found like 10 couple of times, but now they won't spawn. Check the other side. Oh, about time. There's someone here. Trying to non-sneak or non-uncrouch. Hey. Loser. put those in there. Why did I get rid of my tent again? Yeah, I don't think there's another one nearby. Who's still watching? Oh my god. So you mind standing still for a second? Yeah, not today, punk. What did you have for me? Oh shit, you had lots of good loot. Damn! Where is he? Oh, fuck. Whew. What? Okay, you stupid bitch. Karma, bitch! Karma! Karma. Whoo! That's what he gets! Man, I'm so close to finishing it, though. I'm like 5 out of 5, but luckily I have some in my in my tent. How long have I been doing this for? How long have I been streaming for? Five hours and 22 minutes? Bro. Oh my god. I was so close too. Ah. I'm gonna try log cabin. I don't have to go to Sunny or Tilted. Could go to log cabin just for the fun of it. so I can find a tent and grab the band-aids. I wanted this. That was more better than them. I'm not finding any more deserts anymore. I wonder why. Hi, Jerry! Reserve parking. Jerry! Why? Stop beaming me, piece of shit. Justice trust. F. Okay, we're reporting. The item shop changed? Shit! Hey yo! This guy again. Oh, I know that's not him. That's the one that's supposed to be the rarest skin of all time. Lugbeard. That's not the one that was. That's not the one me and my friends were talking about. Hey yo, these are back. 600 for that. This emote again? Ugh. Not a big fan of that emote. No! My Durburger! The El Dorado! Cooked with 24-karat beef bouillon. Ah, I'm not a big fan of this one. I don't like this emote. It's a little dumb. How is this one in the same background as an iconic skin, but it's green? I wish I had this emote. If anyone knows where this is referenced from, tell me. Gay Peely. This kid's gay. I wish I had these two. The Valkyrie and the Frostwing. I want the Durburgers back to this one. It kind of reminds me of this one. Let me show you. It reminds me of this one. The Beef Pack. It just reminds me of that one. And then here's the other one that's spitting off. But I want one just like that one. I want the one that's in Gun Shop. Wish it was free. For those that already has the version that already has it. I need number 13 on the... You know, I'm gonna end here. I'm tired. I need a break. I've been playing for 5 hours. I really need a break. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Enjoyed the stream. Please consider subscribing, liking, and clicking the little bell to get notified when I stream again. And yeah. And I'll be back tomorrow with, I don't know what game, either Minecraft or something. I will not be streaming Tuesday because I gotta go somewhere Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Hold on, let me check what next week is. Nah, I mean... Oh, yeah, I don't know if my mom has work on tomorrow. Because tomorrow's President's Day, and I don't know if it's a holiday or if everyone goes to work. I don't know. I'll have to see. But yeah, I don't know about tomorrow. But if my mom goes to work tomorrow, then there might be a stream. If there isn't, then I don't stream tomorrow. No stream on Tuesday because I gotta go somewhere. And Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm all free. Saturday and Sunday, no. Monday of next week, not this Monday, next Monday, I won't be home. Tuesday, yes, I'll be home Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, I'll be home. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week, I will be home. But on next month, on the 4th, I'll be streaming another game called Gran Turismo 7. Brand new racing game, just like Need for Speed, and a little bit of Forza Horizon type. They're saying that Gran Turismo 7 is going to be more popular than Forza Horizon 5, but who knows? I don't know. I just read on the internet. But yeah, I'll see you guys on those days that I've said. So, yeah, I will be back. I'll be back either tomorrow. I don't know about tomorrow. We'll see. So yeah, peace.